2, 3.
All right. Bam. We are back with Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus session 21. I am Thatcher, aka Music Master, our dungeon master here. It's good to be back as I set up that little initial screen for everybody. So for those who haven't seen the campaign so far, I think I'll just start with giving a recap of everything that's happened so far, a high-level recap, and then we'll get into some more details and character introductions. So this adventure, our character started in the city of Elturel, a holy city in the western heartlands with a giant artificial sun that hung over the city. They went on a mission for some leaders of Elturel outside of the city, and on their way back to Elturel, while on the outskirts of the city, they saw that the entire city disappeared from view. The companion grew dark and the city just vanished, leaving nothing but a crater in the ground. They met up with some refugees on the outskirts of town and helped a caravan of a bunch of people to the nearest city of Baldur's Gate on a 10-day trek. When they reached Baldur's Gate, they found that the city was under lockdown. A couple of our members were members of the Flaming Fist, and they went on a mission for Captain Zodge of the Basilisk Gate in order to solve a set of murders that was plaguing the outer city. A bunch of stuff went down. They solved some murders in the outer city, went to investigate murders that were happening in the inner city. People died, some stuff happened, they found a dungeon, they got their butts whooped, and then they whooped some butts, and then they eventually left, and a couple of our characters went missing last session. I'm not going to get into details about that specifically for last session because we'll do a detailed recap of what happened last session. But currently our characters are investigating a set of murders that were happening in the inner city, and they found out some juicy details last session. So, yeah, with that, let's just get into character introductions. Igvis, if you don't mind just telling us who Igvis is and what he's all about.
Hello everyone, I am Manny and playing Igvis. He is a winged tiefling monk and gauntlet of the Flaming Fist. He was the one commissioned by the Fist to hunt down the cultists that were causing issues and doing the murdering inside the city in and out of. Currently, his goal is just trying to protect the family of a fallen friend, and he may have a way to do that now.
Perfect. Kel?
Charles, I play Kel, who's a Dragonborn paladin. He's a member of the Hell Riders. He is currently just looking for the people responsible for the disappearance of Elturel, and the people responsible for his mother's death while she was in Baldur's Gate.
Honed?
Hey, I'm Nate. I'm playing Honed. I'm a Hildorf fighter. I'm just here. I'm a member of the Fist, and just here to fuck some shit up and hopefully get paid.
Alais?
Play Alais. He is but a humble man in search of beautiful music, as he claims it. Who knows random things?
And last but not least, Mariana.
I'm Bees. I play Mariana, a pirate from the Uncivil Serpent, formerly hired by Vati, who has now been paid and is trying to squeeze a little bit more out of this gig and is hoping that she actually kept an entire crew of pirates here for a good reason, that they aren't going to turn against her.
Perfect. So for those who are watching the stream for the first time, either on Twitch or on YouTube later, At the beginning of every session, I like to have all of the characters who were here last session roll a single d20, and whoever rolls the lowest gets the honor of recapping in detail the last session from their character's perspective. So if everybody wants to go ahead and roll that d20 for me, we'll see who gets that honor. Honed and Igvis both with 6s. Mariana with an 18. We know it's not going to be her. Kel with the 10. Alais with the nat 20. Oh man, getting those nat 20s out early. Not the best sign. All right, so Honed and Igvis, roll me another d20. Got a roll off here since both of you got a 6. Igvis with the 9 and Honed with the 9. What? Roll again. Roll
This is good.
again. 3 for Igvis. Really wants to recap.
Beat ya.
And Honed got the 2. Honed wanted it more. So, yeah, Honed, if you want to go ahead whenever you're ready, just recap last session from Honed's perspective.
Sure. Let's see. We're making our way back up to where the rest of the group was. Where the doors were the dead 3. With Vati leading some cultists for whatever reason. Then Alais took his place, and Alais is just leading them down to where their treasure was that they were looking for. We make our way topside out of the dungeon cavern things, and there's Mariana. She's chained up. We tried to free her, but for whatever reason we couldn't, so we sat around, waited for the cultists to come out, and they laughed at us. And then Alais is looking, or when Alais comes back, he's looking to go to a cathedral. And I accompany him. We head off to the house, or the High House of Wonders, and that's up in the upper city. We're having some issues trying to get through the gate to the upper city from the events that happened the previous night. Alais talks to the guy up there at the High House of Wonders. And then we make our way back to Vati's place. And the place has been ransacked and nobody's there. We head over to the Majestic and hopefully meet up with the rest of the crew. And we take our rest, and I think that's where we ended.
Perfect. All right. Good recap. So why don't we jump right in as I load a map. So we're going to go ahead and throw you guys here at the Majestic, which is where you guys slept overnight. So you guys wake up in the morning, and one of the things you notice right away is that Dolakesh is not present.
Guys, where's Dolakesh?
Indeed.
Guys, wake up.
Did anybody hear anything or see anything last night? Somebody moving around?
I thought
I
I
did.
just woke up a little bit after, and it wasn't too long.
Well, who's on the last shift?
So the last shift, I believe, was Igvis. So Igvis, you'd actually be awake with the rest of the group as well.
God. Delegash. I don't know what happened, but in the middle of the night, I felt a pin prick and was paralyzed. There were guys' robes. They carried him away.
So the same thing that happened to me.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, I was. Last thing I remember was some cloaked figures with these weird masks that took me and Rhea and Alyssa. Uh, that's the last thing I remember is being on a ship and then waking up to you guys.
I don't think these are the same people. There was a tentacle, I think, coming out from the hoods.
Why would they want Dalakash? She's just a common criminal.
We knew he was being hunted, but we never really knew by or from who.
I suppose maybe he owed money to somebody and they were coming to collect.
This might be a little more than money.
Indeed, but we have no leads to go on for now. I don't see how we could find them.
There's one person here that might know something about tentacle people. Mariana?
Don't ask me.
Wait,
you're a
and Kel-
pirate.
Sorry to interrupt, but Kel, you just said that Rhea and Alyssa were with you on a ship?
Well, we were protecting Rhea, and Alyssa was captured on the ship too. She was in her room with me, I think, and we were tied to a bed. And then the last thing I saw before waking up to you guys was a cloaked guy with a dragon mask.
So, do you think the Cloak of the Dragon has Alyssa?
Was it similar to the ones who found us in the dungeon with Vati?
It's very possible. Their masks were the same. Yes.
So I will say, Kel, just as a recap, you do recognize, when Igvis says that, you do recognize the skull-headed man from the dungeon, the one who was fighting Mortlock, as the individual who you saw in the bottom of the ship.
Okay. Do you want me to retcon?
Yeah. That's fine. I mean, you don't have to roleplay it all out again, just to let you know that is, you do recognize that.
So it was the Cult of the Dead 3, not the Cult of the Dragon. Gotcha.
Yeah. But I don't know what happened to Rhea. I haven't seen her again.
Well, technically this investigation had 2 locations, and we only ever searched the one. We had a lead to the poisoned Poseidon as well.
But why would they take Rhea and not Alyssa?
Rhea's the Hellrider, no?
Yes. Wait, could she still be where you found me? If they took me there, it's very possible they took her there.
We kind of combed that whole dungeon. We didn't see her there. You can remind me, DM, but we didn't really miss a whole lot of rooms other than that altar that Alais went to afterward.
Well, I mean, you don't know what you did or did not miss, but you did not see Rhea in the dungeon or any sign or hint of her.
Okay. I would imagine if she was with you, her equipment, any at all, may have been with yours when we found it.
Well, then maybe they have her and Alyssa somewhere else.
Say the poisoned Poseidon.
Tell me, Kel,
It's worth a check.
from what you've seen of them, do you think all 6 of us together would stand a chance? We best weigh our odds first.
Real quick, DM, how many were did Kel see?
Yeah. So, you didn't see many. So after you were knocked out, and I have some notes for you too in your journal if you want to look them over again. But after you were knocked out, you didn't see much when you were knocked out, and you woke up in the bottom of this ship. Rhea was nowhere to be found. So you have no idea what happened to her, but across the way was also Alyssa, and you were both chained and tied to beds in separate compartments. And then that skull-headed man, at some point, came down to the bottom or the hull of the ship, wherever you were, and took Alyssa from the hull of the ship. And then sometime later, he came to take you, knocked you out with something, and then you woke up in that where the rest of the characters found you.
I don't think there's many, Elias. Maybe a handful. I think we're strong enough to take them, but I don't know if they have more. I know we should definitely find Alyssa and Rhea. Perhaps they have more information.
It seems
Sounds
that
like you could use another sword for hire, so to speak.
What are you talking about, Mariana?
Me.
For hire?
I haven't been doing any of this for free.
I would have to discuss that with my companions.
Well, you do that. I'm getting breakfast.
Wait, Mariana. It occurs to me, before you go, that Vati was to pay your crew for information, right?
Right.
As it stands, I paid you for information.
Yeah.
Would you mind informing me of what you either were going to or already informed Vati of?
Also,
I suppose that's fair enough.
what other ships do you know of in the harbor?
In general? Or related to your thing?
In general, because maybe we could find the ship. Maybe Alyssa's still on the ship.
If my crew's properly motivated to find more information, I could have them ask around.
well, fair Mariana, consider. If from one cult we found the cabbages, Elias is going to make his very flamboyant finger quotations, and yet this was not even something they deigned worth looking for over 3 common baubles. Think what other riches they might have for your crew. Is that not motive
Oh,
enough?
I've considered it. In fact, they robbed me, and I'm a little invested. But I do have my crew to worry about in the short term.
Understandable.
What's your
And
price?
she's gonna pass Igvis just a little piece of paper that has the location of the Dragon Cult's suspected current lair.
Kel's gonna ask Mariana, what's the price this time?
Well, it was 200 last time, with, of course, additional compensation for myself, as I'm the one putting myself in the most danger. 200 should cover the crew for information again, but they're getting a little uneasy. Another, say, 100 as a holdover fee. 200 I'll take after everything's done. 100 would keep them in port.
And are they going to be?
Were you gonna finish that statement, Kel?
Are they going to be assisting? Besides information, will they, if they do find the woman I speak of, Alyssa, are you going to direct them to rescue her?
They would need a bit extra persuasion for that. You do have to consider the fact that you and your group did kill several of our crew members, and we're a little short right now. Putting themselves in that much danger is not something they're going to be very inclined to do. They will, however, let me know immediately.
So, you say you need money to hold them over as they're getting restless. Why is half now and half after not an acceptable answer?
If you want to give me 150 now, that's fine. I thought I was being a little more reasonable.
I don't have money for your fee. I don't know what they do.
$300 information seems steep.
We're talking about a crew of 20 people, all spread out across the city. That kind of thing takes money, whether by pirates or some other system.
Indeed it does.
What if we go talk to Flame Zodge and tell him what's going on? He might entice us with some more gold.
Yeah, we can talk to him. I can, with the information Mariana provided me, I can also give him a good lead to start with. See if he's willing to, we'll say, hire again.
And like I
Correct.
said, I'm only asking 100 to start. I understand that you might not have enough for the full amount right now. And if, of course, we do find, say, a good amount stowed away by the people who robbed me, I'll be taking, of course, what I'm owed directly and my own share.
On that note, I already
Fine.
repaid you for what they stole from you prior, so I would at least take that back.
I will give.
Well, if we find plenty there, that shouldn't be an issue.
I will give 35 for you and your crew's assistance.
Don't look
It's
at
a
me.
start.
And I'm gonna walk away.
I'm not inclined to aid. If perchance we were allowed to subtract your crew's fee from what your share would be, the deal would be more enticing. And
You do understand I'm risking my life directly.
Elias did not stay to listen.
Mariana, you do ask a lot.
For 20 men?
Elias is just going to pop back in. Yes,
I'm giving you a militia. That's
know,
only
but-
10 gold per person.
10 gold per person for how many days?
Until it takes us to get this solved, the 100 is to keep them here. If I don't give them that, they will leave and you will not have your informants.
At this point, Igvis, you notice an older gentleman approach you. And he looks like this. Niall, would you describe for us what Niall looks like?
It is a 6 foot tall human male, clad in what looks like golden armor that is unnaturally clean. There's not a single scratch on it, for what you might assume to be kind of a knight of some higher status. He walks towards Igvis with a sort of serious determination, but there's no sense that he feels like he's superior or above whoever he's walking towards. His nose is flat rather than being up. He carries a shield at his side, and on the back he carries what looks like a very heavy, large, covering most of his back and down past his thighs, wooden scroll, and it stands out as well groomed, and looks like he comes from some sort of money or status or privilege. You're the blue tiefling that works for Flame Zodge, correct?
I am, and who are you?
The name's Niall. I serve the watch of the upper city. Sword Niall, if you need my station. I am to believe that you've been investigating some cultists.
I don't mean to be rude, but why is a member of the Watch concerned with the lower city's issues?
I'm off duty. This is my vacation. I haven't had one in years.
Your vacation is hunting cultists? That seems like a strange choice.
It's not hunting cultists. Why? I don't get people. Where's the rest of your company? I was told that you had sort of a group, a band that was with you. Or did they all die in what I assume is your hunt for the cultists?
Wait a moment. I'll retrieve them. I'll just come back and be like, hey guys, there's a member of the Watch who wants to meet with us. I'm just as confused as you are.
Fascinating. I'm intrigued.
We'll finish this discussion later.
So here is the crew, as I believe you could call them. And I never actually got your name. I believe you said it was Niall? Your sword?
Yes. I'm Sword Niall of the Watch. I've served the Porter family for some time now.
My condolences, in which case.
Yes. The Duke's passing is to be grieved. He was a good man.
I'd heard he was as such in a city where they were hard to find.
Very much so.
So, Niall, really quickly, how would you know that I worked for Flame Zodge? Have you been looking for me? Or did he request your assistance?
My particular question earlier about the investigation of cultists. It was brought to my attention during my vacation, my grievance period that I was given, that there was some bad dealings with other high members, if you catch my drift. Some connections to the cults that seemingly aren't being dealt with or don't have the resources to be dealt with. But that's aside. I was made aware and was told that there was a group working for Flame Zodge. Me and Zodge go way back. I used to be a fist, you see. Such times are far beyond me, but I was told that you had recently cleared out a safe house, a place of worship of them, and I think I'd be in need of some assistance from a group like yours if this many survived.
Wait, who gave you this information?
Like I said, a
Zodge.
friend. And then Zodge.
I'm just gonna shake my head a little bit, like, who is he getting involved?
What is the matter? Did I say something to upset you, Igvis?
Not too upset, but Zodge made it pretty clear that the number of people who should be aware of this activity and higher connections would be limited at most.
As
The
far as
fact
I
that there's more people coming into the fold, it's bothering me just a little bit.
such is the way of things as they travel and affect other families. I'm sure you've been in the Fists long enough to know that if a problem doesn't get dealt with, it gets talked about.
Tell me, what is it you seek from these cultists?
I intend to find who murdered my dear friend, the Duke, and remind them of who they crossed.
Seems a wise enough course of action. We need the... He looks strong. And goodness knows we need the strength.
Oh, continue, I'm sorry.
Our numbers are weaker without good Vati. Or fair Vati.
Yes, I did visit his office briefly before then. Looked a bit ransacked. Did you,
The door was locked.
I have my way of things.
Did you ransack it? When did you go?
Prior to here. Zodge told me that you
It
were
was locked and ransacked yesterday.
Zodge told me yesterday that, or sometime yesterday, that you were all staying at Vanti's. I attempted to find you there and found the place in disarray. I assumed the worst, but then was told that you were staying at the Majestic. So I simply bided my time here, ate a good meal, drank a few drinks, and waited for you to wake up and or approach.
I did leave that note for Igvis and Honed. I have one more quick question for you, Niall. How much information did Flame Zodge provide for you? But given the sensitive nature, we should probably at least speak in the back room.
Yes, if we have access to a back room, that might be appropriate.
And before heading back with everybody, Mariana's going to go back up to the bar. I imagine I also have to pay for that breakfast or something. And ask Wilkes if he's heard anything through the night about Vati.
Well, I haven't heard anything, Mariana. Not overnight, unfortunately. Not too many people come in here in the overnight in the wee hours, of the morning. But I will be sure to keep you updated if I hear anything throughout the day. I'm sure Vati will stop by at some point.
Just thought I'd check in. Thanks. And thanks for the good food.
So, Niall, you said that you spoke to Flame Zodge, obviously, prior to coming to seek me out. How much of this investigation did he inform you of, exactly?
Well, as much as he was legally obligated to. I was told that he hired you all seeking out investigation into murders, which you reported back to him as cult activity. Cult of the Dead 3, I'm told. he said you've cleared out a different couple of places. They're investigating now, cleaning up the areas, and that your last expedition led you down the bathhouse, if I recall,
Correct.
and that you investigated and then sent him and his men to again clean that area and investigate it further. And that is as much as I know, given that Zodge was clearly upset that I was approaching him. He seemed a little tense with the refugee situation.
So, he didn't actually end up showing you this, did he? And I'll take out the item that we found in the actual bathhouse that specifically states that the Cult of the Dead 3 wanted the assassination of the Duke.
Nana's going to look at it and just kind of laugh. He's like, I already knew that they wanted the assassination of the Duke. That's who killed them. I killed one of the bastards with my own hands. I was there during the day that he was shot, and I spent a good portion of that evening and some later to clear the area of what came out of the Duke.
Tell me, how far are you willing to take your revenge?
Wait, what do you mean what came out of the Duke?
I thought
Like
it was a
guts or... Oh.
I thought it was a pit that had opened. Did it come from the Duke himself?
Is the door shut?
I thought the others were following us.
Same.
So the arrow that was shot at the Duke, I'm sure they're controlling this information purely for the safety of the Porter family, as well as keeping the city from raising itself. The arrow that was shot at the Duke pierced his throat, and then his body split in two as fiends of all shapes and sizes, imps, crawled out from his corpse. That's where they mainly poured in. It took me and the watch some time, and I lost a good amount of men that night. Pathetic as they were, I do still call them friends. It wasn't a pit. It was the Duke himself. Try to keep that as close to your heart as possible. Please don't go telling everyone in the fists.
I'm sure Flame Zodge and my direct report, Salad, both know that, as they were there.
Yes, but they're probably not mentioning anything.
I fear this might go high. Are you prepared to understand you might not be able to come back from this revenge?
Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I am a man of very few things. One of them is determination, and the other is stubbornness. I doubt I care if I come back. As long as they remember.
And if we fear other dukes may be involved?
Then they will be punished.
Very well. Igvis, I like this one.
He's interesting, if nothing else.
Now, am I to be made aware? I believe so. There's Igvis, and you are honed. Yes, you are also a part of the fists.
Yes, that is correct.
Not very talkative. And then, who are you again? Miss?
Mariana of the Uncivil Serpent.
Oh, that's right. She's a pirate.
Ah.
And helpful informant for a price.
Ah, yes, a price. I do note that all of you generally do things for gold, yes? As of right now, I can hand all of you just a bag of 150 gold. Does that sound amenable to start our investigation to finding who killed the Duke?
Works
Sir.
for me.
Are you telling us that you're hiring us to go for help with the Duke?
I'm hiring you, yes, but I also want you to understand that this is it's a formality. You see, you're required, really. If I have to, I will push some buttons. But
So you're sort of paying us up front just in case we don't make it out.
yeah, pretty much.
All right. All right. Just want to know.
So Mariana's going to take that 150 and toss back to Kel a small pouch of money that he had given her. However, if he takes the time to count it at some point, he'll note that there's 30 in there.
Not the 35.
If he takes time.
Now, you're a pirate. I don't mean to tell you that that is illegal. You're fine. I won't be arresting you. I don't have time for that, and frankly, I'm off duty. This is a personal matter. Just understand that I don't want to be forced to be on duty. So try to keep the pirating to a lower extent.
Please, how many crimes have I committed while I've been with you?
I'm sure numerous and unending.
Hey, that was to the full group, okay?
To be fair, there was some murder, but that was on behalf of my name, so...
I've only caught you in...
You killed more cultists than I did.
Niall, will you?
I'm sanctioned.
I assume you will be joining us. I assume you want to deliver the final blow, correct?
Oh yes, I will be joining you. There's no doubt about that. Again, this money is just a formality.
Before we leave and go anywhere, myself and Honed need to go talk to Flame Zodge just for a minute. We don't need to leave immediately, do we?
No, but every second that you take is another second we waste not finding who did this, and more time that they have to escape and get away with whatever dastardly scheme they come up with.
I fear their dastardly schemes are just beginning. I don't picture them trying to escape. I fear they feel they have the advantage.
And they do as long as we sit here. Come on, go on. Let us meet with Zodge once again.
Just a formality, really, right?
You're a pompous one, aren't you, Niall?
I've spent a lot of time away from the Undercity.
First, tell me exactly what you want my men to look for. I'll go pay them while you speak to the
Only
place.
sign of the cult of Maul, and specifically of the one who shot the arrow and killed the Duke.
Any further information on that?
He was a cloaked figure. They were wearing a skull-faced mask. I mean, not much else that I can remember. I was fighting demons.
Alais is going to ask Igvis for the note we found asking Vaz to kill the Duke.
Do I still have that, or does Zodge have that?
You have that. That is what you
Oh, that's the thing I showed.
That's what
to,
you showed to Niall.
Ravati. Well, the Niall.
To Niall.
Okay, you were aiming for an assassin with the skull mask.
Yes, that was the description I gave.
Kel, give the description of the man you saw before. The one with the skull mask. I want to know if it matches. I fear we might have deprived our dear friend of revenge.
And to be specific, Kel, that and all of you would know that too, Elias. The person that you fought down in the underneath the bathhouse that was fighting Mortlock didn't have a skull mask on. Their entire head was flayed of skin and was a skull. They had an actual skull head. Not just a skull mask, but you have encountered cultists that have worn these skull masks, which are Baal lights, which worship Baal, one of the dead three.
So I'm going to describe Vaz to Nile and see if it matches.
No, see, his face wasn't a skull, perchance. It was a mask, like a form of concealment.
Like my own.
Kind of, but I also know that you weren't there that night, so.
Besides, the letter, it wasn't Vaz specifically, but whoever the assassin was worked directly for Vaz. The note states as much.
Well, that's a good start. Now, where can we find this vase?
Rotting in a sewer under a bathhouse.
Unfortunately, we killed him.
Why do you say unfortunately as if that's not something I would want?
Because now we cannot interrogate him and get the exact name.
But I think I know where his connections lie. Reason I need to go talk to Zodge.
Well, let us be off.
And I have pirates to pay.
And I must go in search of beautiful music.
So we're all good to just add 150 gold to our inventory?
Oh, no, it is 150 gold total. That was just 150 gold that I...
Oh, I thought it was each.
No,
oh,
it's
that's
150.
unfortunate. We have more conversations to have.
Yeah, because we can't necessarily pay all your pirates with that.
Okay, I did not give the 30 gold back then. I still have that and whatever.
Sorry, I didn't make that clear. It was literally just a pouch of 150 gold. Not 150 gold each. God, no.
I was like, that's ridiculous.
So
But I
since
wasn't
there
gonna
are
argue.
5
Fair.
of you besides Nile, each of you would have 30 pieces if you split it evenly.
Alright, so I've got 65. 35 more to cover it.
I've paid my share.
I'm gonna go talk to Zodge. We might be able to work out something. We'll see.
All right. So, Igvis, you want to go talk to Zodge, Mariana,
You're coming with me, right?
Yeah, I'm going with you.
and Mariana, you want to go to the Uncivil Serpent, I think. is
Yeah,
what I
I'm
heard?
still going to go back to the ship. I'll just take the 35 out of mine for now to pay out the rest to the crew, just so they have like a retainer fee.
Okay. And then Nile, Alais, and Kel, what are you guys doing?
Kel's going to be asking Wilkes about the refugees, if they're still where they were. And he's probably going to go check on them.
Okay. And Nile and Elias, what about you two?
Elias is mostly just hanging for now. He's curious about Nile, so he'll probably ask a couple basic questions and try to exchange any information they have on, cults, and see if see if Nile knows anything that might help them, and vice versa.
I know I murdered some of them.
That is quite the good start.
So, Nile, would you hang back with Elias then at the Majestic, or would you be...
Oh no, I'm going with Igvis and Honed to Flame Zodge.
Okay. So, Elias, Nile would be off with Igvis and Honed going to Flame Zodge, so would you just hang out at the Majestic by yourself?
I'm gonna follow Kel. That sounds fun.
I thought Kel was staying there to talk to Wilkes.
He is, for a moment.
Okay.
Then I'll be going to check on the refugees.
All right, why don't we start with let's start with Mariana. So I am just going to activate the map here of Baldur's Gate. So Mariana, you head over to the Uncivil Serpent, and for the stream, I'm gonna kind of zoom in where we are here in Baldur's Gate. So where I am pinging here is the Uncivil Serpent, since the stream cannot see the markers that are on the map. So it's in the steeps. You're coming from the Majestic, which is up here, so it's not too far away. As you head down to where the Uncivil Serpent was docked, first thing you notice right away is that the ship is not there.
Oh, sorry, I was pushing the wrong button for push to talk. Is there a harbor master nearby for this particular section?
Yes, you know that the harbor master, in general, the office is over here. So it's, kind of close in a direct line, but you'd have to go basically all the way around the city through the steeps and into Heapside and then down into this section over here and onto this dock in order to get to the harbor master's office.
Okay, but there's nobody in this area that supervises this section.
Oh yeah,
of the port?
you'd be able to find somebody other than the harbor master.
Okay,
There'd be
yeah,
dock
yeah.
workers there, and there would be a couple people that are ordering the dock workers around as they lift cargo up onto other ships, and there are people in and out as well.
Yeah, then I'll find somebody who's looks to be like a supervisor for this area.
Yeah, so you can find a dwarf that he has black hair, a large black beard that is braided, and he has an ear that is a little bit larger than the other, and you see him with a little horn inside that larger ear that seems to be a little bit swollen as he's listening to people speak, and then you see him kind of ordering some of the dock workers around to grab some cargo off of ships, and you see him beckoning with his hands for that cargo to come down below. And he seems like he is in charge somewhat of a bunch of the workers here.
All right, I'll wait for a moment when he's not super busy, not actively giving up orders, and come up to him, get his attention.
What? Who are you? What do you want?
Do you know when the Uncivil Serpent departed?
I'm sorry. You're gonna have to speak a little bit louder. I'm a little hard of hearing in this ear. And he puts the horn up to his ear as he interrupts you.
Sorry, I did intend to speak louder. I just didn't want to yell into my microphone, just because with the horn description.
Yeah.
But so she'll repeat her question exactly the same, louder.
And just remind me what the question was again.
When did the Uncivil Serpent depart?
The Uncivil Serpent. I'm sorry, I'm not good with all of the names necessarily of the ship. Which one was that? Where was it docked?
I'll point to where it was. Captain Deadeye, the rowdy crew.
Yes, them. Didn't like them very much. They departed at the beginning of my shift, which was overnight, sometime around midnight.
Right, thanks. No, wouldn't happen to have any idea of their destination?
Oh, no, I stay away from them. Again, like I said, they're kind of rowdy, as you said, and I don't like their type.
Wouldn't think so. Thanks, and I'll press a gold to him.
Thank you. And he'll kind of go back to ordering the rest of the dock workers around. No, I told you to put that cargo on the other ship, you imbecile!
And then, if I can, I want to find the tavern that's closest to this part of the docks to ask if they heard anything, but I don't want to take up too much time.
Okay. Sounds good. And when you do, you're able to find a local tavern over there. And you ask around a little bit. And there are people that did see pirates come through that did mention they're part of the Uncivil Serpent. Seem to be very proud of the fact that they were searching for some information. But they seem to be recalled to their ship suddenly by the captain in charge of the ship, which people don't really recall what the name of the captain was again. But they seem to be recalled at some point last night, which was kind of strange. But they were asking around all sorts of information about various things.
And then I'll go ahead and ask if they had any of that information, if they could relay it to me. But I imagine, based on just how you described it just now, that there wasn't any, like, they didn't have an idea of where they'd be going.
Right. Nobody seems to know
Okay.
where they were going, where they were headed. Yeah.
Okay. So then just if they gave any information to the pirates and what that was, and then I'll just move on.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's move...
And also probably buy a drink.
Okay, perfect. Let's move over to... let's do Igvis, Honed, and Niall next. So, you guys head over to the Basilisk Gate, which is on the east side of town, in order to meet with Flame Zodge. You're able to find his office. You're very familiar with it at this point. Manup Salal doesn't seem to be on duty when you get there, but Flame Zodge is there, and he is in his office, and you're able to enter.
Right, Igvis, Honed, didn't I just see you? And you too, Niall. You were just here, back so quickly.
I was told that they need to make a report. I'm simply here to review that report.
On that note, Sir Zodge, Flame Zodge, did you send him to come find me because of a personal request?
And he thinks for a second, and you see him pause, noticeably. And he looks at Niall.
And Niall's going to give him, like, he's going to shoot him a glare, like, as deceptively as he can, to just, like, get Flame Zodge to understand that, like, Igvis can't be privy to the information.
And he will look back and say,
Right, I did send him to find you. Gauntlet.
I understand there's probably things you can't tell me at the moment, but I guess I have another job. But I wanted to inform you of something that slipped my mind the other day, and I do apologize for that. While we were investigating underneath the Frolicking Nymph, as you're aware, we actually ended up finding a member of the... One second. I'm trying to remember his name. One sec. Vanthampur family. One of their estranged sons, I believe his name was Mortlock.
Mortlock, yes, I'm quite aware of Mortlock in the Vanthampurs, obviously, being Thalamra being a duke and all.
So about that, he was actually under attack by a member of the Cult of the Dead 3. After we saved him from his unfortunate possible fate, he informed us of a few things that hinted to the fact that his family was more involved with the cult than first let on.
and at that, Zodge he'll be noticeably shocked. And he'll put his finger up to his lips in order to shush you, and says,
Right, this is quite sensitive information here that you have. Igvis, who else have you told?
This is why I was trying to be wondering why he was here to begin with, but clearly he has a station important or involved enough. The only people who are currently aware of that are myself and the companions who were with me when I first interrogated him. And I will slide him the piece of paper that has the information that Mortlock had written down about the involvement that they had, as well as their brothers' schedules and so on.
and he will he'll look to Niall, and he'll say,
Right, Niall will. You're under clear instruction, and we have an understanding. So I will pass this off to you, and he will hand Niall the piece of paper that you handed to him. And then he will look back at you, Igvis, and he'll say, I'm afraid, Gauntlet, that the Flaming Fist is not going to be much use for you in this matter, but your current orders, and if you tell anybody otherwise, they don't exist, will be to assist Niall in this investigation in any way that you can for the time being.
But if anybody asks, I believe my response would be my patrols in
Your
Brampton.
patrols in Brampton and near Insight Park.
Makes sense. That's where the bodies were being dropped anyway.
And if anyone has any further questions about those orders, you can send them my way.
I do have one other small thing I want to mention. I recently came into the information of this, and it'll be the map that Mariana had given me of the current location, suspected location of the dragon cultists. I believe these are the ones who were causing the initial issue in Baldur's Gate before I was dispatched to Elturel.
And to be clear and to reiterate it for the stream as well. So Mariana doesn't know the exact location, but she has a pretty good idea, the information that she was given. So did you give them basically all of that information, Mariana? Would you be as open as possible? So Mariana knows, she heard a rumor that a half-dragon was leading this cult of the dragon, a cell of the cult of the dragon, and that they're making their lair in the caves below Dustcock Hill. Not sure exactly where. Dustcock Hill is gigantic. If you look on the Baldur's Gate map, basically that entire hill here that I'm pinging, that the outer city goes around, that is Dustcock Hill. So it's quite enormous. There are a multitude of caves, you would know, in Dustcock Hill. So just blindly trying to find where they might be hiding is like a needle in a haystack. But
if it was that broad, I may not have even bothered.
So, but that's what you would know that Mariana would pass on to you. And okay. Specifically, she found out that information. Would you tell him where you found that information out, Mariana?
Well, I don't even know that.
Yeah.
One of the crew members may have given it to
I know I found it in Tumbledown, but...
Yes. So, would you have told them that? That it came from Tumbletown while you were in Tumbletown? And I can elaborate on that more if you would tell them that information, or just what the information was.
It likely wouldn't have occurred to me just with that to have actually elaborated on that unless it was absolutely important to the information.
So to be clear, my search area is currently like that.
Let me zoom out on the map. Yes, that is currently your search area. And if Mariana would have mentioned it to you, as you know, she said she did find the information out in Tumbletown. So it was in a bar in Tumbletown. She found a rumor from the barkeep in that bar that he had heard that in Dustcock Hill in the caves, this is what was going on. But
at least limited it kinda to this. All right.
But that is all you know about that. So knowing that and given that,
I may not have even told Zodge that. I would have been like, it's a little too broad for me to even start with this.
Okay. So we'll just say you didn't mention that to him.
I just hadn't seen the paper yet, so I was just like, maybe I'll mention it to him. All right.
Sorry, I didn't have it immediately accessible to myself, and the only part I could remember was the Dustcock Hill part. So I
gotcha.
just kind of went broad.
All right. So, now looks like I'll be under your charge for the time being. Let's go talk to the Vanthempers, I suppose.
And as you say that in front of Zodge, Zodge says,
Right, and I would be careful, all of you, in talking to the Vanthempers. I most certainly wouldn't attempt to approach or confront Thalamra herself until you are rock solid on leads and information. And if you do approach Thalamra in any way, shape, or form, just know that it is in no way sanctioned by the Flaming Fist. And he, when he says sanction, he puts it in quotes and air quotes, and he says you will be on your own, and there is no help currently that I can give you.
So, because I'll be working for Niall, are we expected that he would be paying my fee? We still have to make a living, you know.
Niall's gonna step up a bit. Zodge, you know the channels. Simply talk to the porterhouse after it's complete, and Igvis doesn't make a report. I'll have a better salary. Does that sound amenable?
Right, that sounds agreeable to me.
And I don't have a choice.
and I also want to point out as well for you, Igvis, the rest of the party, and the stream, that you know that Niall already told you that he was a sword in the watch. And you would recognize that the sword is basically like a captain, is essentially what it kind of comes out to. So he'd be about the same rank that Zodge would be in the Flaming Fist. So they're kind of like equal footing in two different organizations, essentially.
Branches of the military.
Yeah, just in different branches, they're equivalent kind of in rank.
Then I'll take my leave. Sir, I will see you eventually.
Right, I hope so.
Thanks again, Zodge. It's a pleasure seeing you again, old friend.
Yes, of course.
And he kind of mumbles that a little bit under his breath as he continues to look down and do some paperwork.
Shall we go collect the others?
Sorry for that, Niall. I just had to confirm for myself. I hope you know I couldn't just take your word for it. I apologize.
I understand. Of all people, my age is... Of all people, I've learned over the years that it takes more than just, we'll say, random person strolling in, offering money to trust. Generally, if they're offering money on the table, they probably shouldn't be trusted.
All right. We didn't really make a plan to meet back up, but the Majestic's as good a place as any.
Yeah, and Mariana would have headed back to the Majestic and sat back down at the bar after finishing with her business.
All right. Perfect. Now moving on to Kel and Alais. So, Kel, you ask Wilkes at the Majestic at the bar about the refugees and if they're still there. And, I mean, he'll tell you that he has absolutely no idea. He says he would assume so. He hasn't really been outside the city walls in quite some time now, actually. But if they were gathered there, that they are probably still there, he would guess, he would imagine.
Well, thank you, Wilkes. I guess I should go check on them. They may be in need of help.
Sounds great.
Thank you, good sir.
Okay.
Are you quite fine if I tag along, good Kel?
Very well. Just, you may want something to protect yourself, because there's quite a few sick people there, and you may not want to catch what they have.
I'll I'll exercise the utmost care.
Kel's gonna get up and leave the Majestic.
All right. Sounds good. So you guys make your way across town. You come across the Basilisk Gate, and you're able to gain entry out. Exiting the Basilisk Gate, of course, you come across the giant array of tents that are there outside of the Basilisk Gate, and you see the refugee camp, Kel, that you are familiar with, and you as well, Eliza. Alais.
Really quickly, can we recon slightly and just say that I gave Kel his token to be able to enter the city again? Because I don't think we ever established that. We got them after he already disappeared.
Yeah, that's fine. So you make it to the refugee camp, and you'd know from your time at the refugee camp that the self-appointed leader, basically, of the refugees is Marsati Woodsoul, and she's a harsh-looking elf with elaborate tattoos all over her face. And you're able to find Marsati, and I'll type that name as well in case you want it in chat.
All right.
But yeah, you're able to find her there, and it seems like when you get into camp, there are still people that seem to be coughing. People do seem rather sickly in the camp. You see a couple little small children that are hugging next to their mother, and they seem to be pulling on the shirt of their mother, saying, I'm quite hungry, Mama. And I know, child, just a little bit longer. I'm doing the best that I can here. And she seems to be slaving over a fire as she's boiling something in a pot.
Can I make a perception check to see what it is?
Yeah, you don't need to necessarily make a perception check, but it seems to be some sort of soup. It doesn't seem like it seems to be some sort of vegetable soup. It doesn't seem like there's any meat in the soup, any real good source of protein from what you can see. Just tiny herbs that are in the soup itself.
I am going to ask. What was her name again?
Marsati Woodsoul.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Marsati about Petra, and if she has seen Rhea or Alyssa.
And Marsati will say, I haven't seen Rhea or Alyssa, not since you left with them, Kel, a few nights ago. Why, did they go missing?
Yes, we were captured. We were trying to smuggle Alyssa or Rhea and her child. It is Rhea. No, it's Alyssa. Alyssa and her child in, and we never made it. We were ambushed, and I don't know where Alyssa is or the child.
She says, damn it, that's not good. Well, people seem to have it out for us. I mean, it could be anyone. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Kel, but no, I haven't seen Rhea or Alyssa in since you left with them.
Kel's gonna ask her how many children and women are in the camp.
She says, at this point, close to 150 people here in the camp. I imagine about 70 of them consist of women and children.
Very well. I shall be back with provisions. And Kel's going to go to the nearest market to get just the cheapest protein he can get and just loaves of bread, enough for both of them. Let me know when I need to take off my person to purchase all that. So I would be
so I'd
guessing
say,
like,
I'd say probably like if you want like a good size meal for people, or are you looking for like you can probably spend anywhere from 5 copper pieces to a gold piece depending on the quality of the meal.
is that a gold piece
Per person.
per person? I'm gonna do like let's do like 5 silver pieces per person.
Okay, so that'd be like 35 gold pieces in
Yep.
total. Okay. So you spend 35 gold pieces. You're going to need help, definitely, with that much food, bringing it back to the camp. Alais, are you with Kel as well?
Elias actually was going to say something kind of cheeky beforehand that he's going to do.
Okay.
So he's going to look at Mercedes and say, "Fair Mercedes, may I show you a magic trick?"
Well, yes, I suppose you can, Elias.
Hand me just some everyday object.
And she'll look around and she'll hand you a small ladle.
So Elias is going to first he's going to put it from a sleight of hand for this. First he's going to put the ladle in his bag. Then he's going to hand her a bag, which he is going to try to use a minor illusion to make it look like it's a flower. He's Elias, and he's extra like that.
So you're going to use minor illusion to make the bag look like a flower?
Yes.
Okay, so minor illusion, by the way, like a flower is a quite different size than a bag. So she would feel the bag in the space around the flowers when she went to grab it.
Aware that the illusion isn't likely to hold.
Okay.
But he's Elias, and he's extra.
All right, and so you would hand her the flower, and she would confusingly go to grab the flower, and her hand would hit what seems to be the bag in the middle of the air, and she would grab it and grip it and say, I don't understand.
Merely open the bouquet and smell the flowers.
Says, all right, and she'll smell the flowers, and she'll be like, I'm
assuming she opened the bag to do that.
Yeah, so she would open the bag.
Inside, she sees 35 gold.
Okay. And you say, these are quite lovely flowers.
Indeed. I'm hoping they'll brighten your lot here up a bit. After all, sometimes beautiful vase can be as good as a full stomach. And he's going to kind of give the implication with that.
And she'll say, this will go a long way, thank you. I don't know how to repay you.
Let's just say I have a debt to those who take care of the orphans of El Terrell. And with that, he's going to walk away and help Cal.
All right. And you're able to help Cal and find Cal and help him as he carts all of this food back to the people of the refugee camp. Would you bring it right to Marsati herself, Kel? Was that your intention, or would you just start distributing it to people?
I think I have thaumaturgy. Hold on one second. Features and traits. Or no, it would be actions. Bonus reaction. I don't. No, I would probably upon entering the camp again with the food and stuff, I would probably raise my voice for the women and children to be able to hear me. And I would call for them to start distributing it out myself.
Okay. So you are able to do that, and with in your booming voice as you call out to people in the camp, you see people gather, and some of them seem to be quite anxious as they kind of shove each other out of the way to kind of get in front and get closer to you. There are women and there are children and there are men. Everybody in the camp seems to gather around you. Are now in the middle of a large crowd of people as everybody is practically begging you for food. Men, women, children. Old,
Women and children first. Women and children first.
And you'll see some of the men in the front reluctantly move back. But others seem to continue fighting their way forward, shoving the women and children off to the side. Give me a persuasion check.
If I assist him, can he have advantage?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage. For Alais saying that, and it looks like you're going to need it.
Should we use my stats because I have a higher persuasion most likely?
I would say Kel make the roll because Kel is the one doing the talking up there and doing the distributing and interacting here. All right, so 18. So that's enough, though, as you say, women and children first, and you have this pretty large presence given your size, and you're the one holding the food. So you reluctantly, a whole bunch of the men do manage to step back, and the women and children come forward, and you're able to distribute this food amongst the women and children.
And Kel's going to, being so tall, he's going to kneel and he's going to hand out the food to, he's going to hand the, bread to the children and the meat to the women. And the ones that he sees that are, seriously diseased, this would be up to you, DM. Would I be able to use lay of hands to heal them of that disease?
Your level 4 paladin, what does your lay on hands do alternatively? Because at different levels it can do different things, right? Not just heal?
Right now I think... So right now, I can cure disease or neutralize a poison affecting the creature.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that you have a pool of 20 hit points that you can use. So
yeah.
you could, let's see, with lay on hands, you have to expend
5
hit points. So there are a couple that you could get. You could get 4 people. You could remove some of the diseases that they seem to be infected with, and but you're not nearly. Do you have the power to cure everybody in the crowd? But you could definitely find a couple of small children that look particularly ill. Very gaunt, blackened eyes, pretty weak, shaky knees that are that come up to give some food, and you're able to heal them of their diseases if you so choose to use those hit points from your pool.
Yep, I'm going to use... Yeah, I'm going to just use all of it to heal the children.
And more specifically, you're able to heal a group of 4 kids that seem to be part of the same family, as the mother as well comes by with her kids looking for some of the bread and the food that you're offering. And as you touch and lay your hands on each of the kids, you can see that their face fills in a little bit more. Their color returns. They seem to liven a little bit more with energy. And they look at you and say, "Gee, mister, I feel so much better now. Oh, what did you do to me? That was amazing. Thank you so much." And you see that the mother seems to well up with tears, and she says, You've cured them. I was sure that they were on their deathbed. Thank you so much. What do I owe you? What can I give you?"
Give them a life. Do what you can, as just I did. No thanks and no repayment is needed. It's my pleasure.
And she will just, in all of her emotions, reach out and just hug you and embrace you. She says, Thank you so much. They are my life."
Kel kind of awkwardly pats her on the back. Like, he kind of stands up just a little bit and just awkwardly pats her on the back and says, You're welcome.
And then she will walk away with her kids, who jump for joy and run and begin to play and frolic about. Kel, go ahead and give yourself an inspiration for that.
Awesome. Kel's going to look at Alais and said, "Well, that feels better. I still need to find information about Petra and Alyssa. Any ideas of where to check?"
It appears that all roads are leading back to the Cult of Bane for now.
Well, looks like I've done as much as I can do here today. So let us return to our friends and see what information they have gathered.
Indeed. You're a good man, Kel.
All right.
Thank you.
So you guys leave the camp then and head back to the Majestic?
Yep.
Okay. So you'll do that. And at this point, after a while, everybody comes back and meets up back at the Majestic. It's early afternoon at this point, after everybody has gone and done their stuff. About 1 o'clock. But you all arrive. You're back at the Majestic. Wilkes is still there. There are still people at the bar. Not as many at the moment, but there are a couple people sitting at tables and in booths, and there's still the same older gentleman from last afternoon who seems to be playing the piano and providing some atmosphere as Wilkes cleans the glasses at the bar.
So I imagine Mariana would have gotten back sooner, just because she had kept a pretty quick errand. So when you see her, she's back in the corner, kind of looking more somber than you've ever seen her. Just kind of holding a drink, not even like actively drinking it. Usually, like if she's left by herself, she'll kind of like sing a little shanty or something. But she's kind of just sitting there hunched over her drink. looking out the window.
And Niall, Igvis, and Honed, you guys would arrive first. I mean, shortly after Mariana, probably. Maybe 20 minutes after Mariana. And Kel and Alais, you guys would take considerably longer. Probably a couple hours after that is when you would be back, after you spent time really doing all of that shopping for the food and transporting it back and forth and taking care and doling out all of the food. So Niall, Igvis, Honed, when you guys arrive, you do see Mariana sitting there as she described.
You look as though you're grieving more than I am.
Well, I lost an entire ship. Guess I won't be of as much use as I thought.
Nonsense. You're here now. All I need is a body.
I suppose it's more for me anyway.
How useful would your crew have been anyway? You seem to be the only one with a good head on your shoulders.
You didn't know them.
I knew your captain. And
He's
I didn't
an
meet the
ass.
rest of them.
Now, I'm more than willing to support your little drinking habit if we need to cheer you up. So we can set up. But to be honest, I just want a plan formed so we can move forward. I have very limited time before I have to go return to my patrols in my station. You must understand.
As it stands, Mariana, myself and Honed are going to be busy. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to, but I don't have much work for a pirate crew, I suppose.
Well, and you would be getting paid the same way that they would be. Under the table, through a very rich family.
Alright, fine. It'll work out for now.
Well, that settles it. Now, where... Do you think the others will show up soon?
I can't imagine it would take too long, although I know Kel cared quite deeply for the refugees who were outside the walls.
Ah, yes. Elthrel's falling has caused many to be displaced. I'm going to be shocked if the refugees, if we can't support them, end up forming their own home near our border.
Well, he's one of them, to be fair.
Kel? He's from Elturel.
Did we not mention? Our dear Kel is a Hellrider.
Maybe you shouldn't share that.
You're afraid. You must understand what that would mean if that were to get out. Best not speak of it here.
The building's mostly empty. It's fine.
And Mariana's gonna kind of carefully watch the people that she can see to see if there's any indication that they heard anything. Including Wilkes.
Suppose that explains a good deal about the Dragonborn.
I doubt people would move against him, at least the common folk, considering he'll be with members of the Fist as well as a member of the Watch. Wouldn't you say?
I would hope so. But I don't need more distractions. Last thing I need is to make a report about a citizen and have them removed. Those things take time. And again, reiterating, we don't have much.
Well, I gave you the information that I had. I had one more location to visit based on the other investigation if we want to start there.
Yes, when the others return, we shall head out there and see what we can see.
All right, and as you guys wait, you eventually wait a few hours, and Kel and Alais do come back. And again, like I said, it's early afternoon, probably 1 o'clock by the time Kel and Alais, you guys return here and arrive at the Majestic. And you can see Igvis, Niall, Mariana, all gathered as you entered.
Come quickly, you two. Come on. Niall's gonna kind of like motion with his hand really quickly over to where they're at.
Would it be better if we moved to the back again?
Yes, I think that'd be appropriate.
Hello, good Niall.
Come. Back room.
And for the benefit of the stream and to remind you of the information that is on that paper that Mortlock handed you, because I unfortunately did not write it down into a handout to physically give you. But I will remind you of kind of the information that is contained within there, which you now have in your possession, Niall. So it talks about how the Vanthempers are Zerialites. Mortlock tells you this flat out, that they are Zerialites. They worship Zerial, who is an Archduchess of the Nine Hells. He wasn't a true believer, but he's loyal to his mother, who is. His mother being Thalamra Vanthemper. He tells you that Duke Vanthemper is using the dead 3 cultists to murder specific targets within the city. And that she has 3 sons, him, and he has 2 brothers, Amric and Thirstwell. So Amric has set himself up as a black market resource for smuggling refugees into the city, and he's currently located at the Low Lantern, where he's fleecing refugees who want to bring their loved ones inside. But in reality, he's looking and identifying targets that he provides to Mortlock, and then Mortlock was in charge of carrying out the assassination and murder orders amongst the dead 3 cultists. You know that Duke Vanthemper, he says, is working with a powerful cult leader that escaped from Elturel just before its fall. And the Duke is protecting that cult leader in the basement beneath Vanthemper Manor. And the cult leader specifically brought 2 powerful artifacts with him from Elturel. Some sort of shield with a weird face on it, and a small box of some sort that his brother Thirstwell seems to be fascinated by. He also tells you that the Dead 3 in general, that dungeon beneath the bathhouse was gifted to them by the Duke and his family in exchange for their alliance. That was kind of the price that they paid. And then, of course, they also have some mutual goals in the murder of these targets.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. Which Duke?
Duke Vanthemper.
Vanthemper. Okay.
Yep, and I will put that in here. Vanthemper.
If I remember correctly, we also got information on Thirstwell as well
Yes.
as general schedules,
Yeah.
right?
So you do know that Thirstwell, that his brother, he tells you, Thirstwell barely ever leaves the manor. He stays there pretty much all of the time, and he employs a group of imps, little devilish creatures that are able to turn invisible, and he uses them as a network of spies. And so the fact that you've already made trouble, Mortlock insinuates, means that you've probably are already on Thirstwell's radar, and thus his mother's radar. He tells you that Amric also employs a small devilish bodyguard with wings of some sort, some sort of devil of some sort, and he also has a group of individuals that guard him as well, and will rough people up if anything happens at the Low Lantern. So it's pretty decently well protected over there at the Low Lantern. He tells you that typically once a week they meet back at the manor in order to group up and talk about business. Him, his brothers, and his mother. They have dinner up there at the manor, and the next one was kind of due in a couple days from when he told you that they were to meet up and talk business. So at this point, it was yesterday, so another 2 days or so from when they're supposed to be meeting back at the manor. That is all of the information that you know, which I know is a lot, but I will try to make sure between this session and next session that I write that information down for you in a physical handout.
I managed to get most of it down just to have for at least this session.
All right, perfect.
So,
I'm so happy I had him write down this information. Makes it so much easier.
so what is our plan of action, given what we know? What do you all think is the best course? You've dealt with the cult more than I have. I've only seen what they can bring, not necessarily how they operate.
Annihilate them.
Where is the Low Lantern?
So the Low Lantern is in the Eastway District, towards the bottom of the Eastway District, stationed at the dock. So it's actually a ship, the Low Lantern, that has been turned into a bar. So it's a ship docked at the Low Lantern, and it has been turned into a bar. And Amric doesn't own the Low Lantern. He only operates out of the Low Lantern. Mortlock would have told you that as well.
Well, perhaps going for the Low Lantern and seeing if we can get some information on the location of the Cult of Bane might be a clever move. It appears all roads lead to them for now.
Yes, but we all can't just show up in our armor and beat them. They clearly have spies. The more trouble we drum up, the easier it is to find and eliminate us when they need to.
Indeed.
I will say, as part of our investigation, we located 2 possible suspects in the murders that were occurring in the city. They were frequenting the Frolicking Nymph, which we've already dealt with, and the Poison Poseidon, which we have yet to actually go to.
Maybe start at the Poison Poseidon and work our way down to the Lantern?
That seems a reasonable course of action. Yes. Do we know where the Cult of the Dragon is? We want to make sure we're not stumbling into it.
From the information that Mariana provided for me, they appear to be outside the city walls. How they're getting in, I won't really know, but...
In any case, it seems it's safe to explore the Poison Poseidon for now.
I also, really quick, will say, because I left out one other piece of important information that Mortlock would have told you, that he tells you in that write-up that Duke Vanthampur specifically ordered the assassination of Duke Porter.
Oh, snap.
Wait, so you're talking about the write-up you gave me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that changes your priorities slightly.
Yeah, that changes things. I need to get to Vanthampur, but I need evidence. Like solid evidence. Anything that could be misconstrued, he will. The aren't very. You know the law. We
What?
need to find some sort of connection, some sort of thing that is a direct link between the two that would give me the right to go into his house or his manor and find him and wring out his neck.
Would detect magic be able to sense the concealed imps?
No. Detect magic wouldn't reveal invisibility.
Okay, we got a couple people with like detect evil though, right? So with that,
Yes, I have detect evil. I don't think I have it today though. I have to pick every day.
I have it right now.
would that be able to tell us if they were in the immediate area?
Yes, because it specifically can detect fiends, which you know
Okay.
imps are. So if they're within 30 feet of you, you would know where the creature. where
My
they're
sheet
located.
says 60 feet.
For detect.
For I don't think that spell sniper affects divine sense, does it?
I don't think so. Spell sniper is only for like attacks, right? You know.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Divine
But
sense is 60 feet.
Okay. Sorry, divine. I was thinking detect evil and good. That spell. So divine sense. Sorry, divine sense does the same. Let me read divine sense real quick.
Yeah, it does the same. It just you don't have to cast it. It's
you get a certain amount per long rest.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, so as an action, you can detect, and until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. And you know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. Yeah. So it only lasts 6 seconds when you use it. So, you know, it's not like something that you toggle on and you have it for quite some time. It's one of those things that, like, you are using it specifically to look.
You basically get like one sonar pulse.
Yeah. Yeah. You're like focusing really quickly for a couple seconds to see if there's anything nearby.
Yeah, and it doesn't even register where it's at. You just get like an odor if it's evil. And you hear angelic.
You do know the location.
Oh, okay.
So it says until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you. And it won't pick it up if they're behind total cover, you know? So like a box or a wall and if they were hiding behind something, if there was an object fully between them and you wouldn't detect them.
And how often can you use that?
1 plus charisma modifier number of times per day, so that just depends on the characters.
Okay.
But you have 2 people
I
that
can
have
use
that
it.
ability.
Yep, I can use it twice.
I can use it 4 times.
Alright, then Mariana's just gonna say, I think we have a clearer priority. It'd be best if we could move without people knowing exactly what we were going to be doing.
Right.
Real. What is my required time, DM, to prepare a spell?
To change a prepared spell? So, like, when you took your long rest, you could prepare your spells and change up your spells for the day. So that, unless you're a warlock, which uses different rules, I believe, they can do stuff in short rests. I think we had talked about before. Otherwise, it's a long rest is when you would prepare your stuff.
Okay, gotcha. So I wouldn't be able to now because I can do detect evil and good, but I don't have it prepared.
Yeah, warlocks are weird because they get like so few spell slots, but they get them back on short rests.
Well, it's because they also have to cast them at the highest level every time.
They also get them at highest level every time.
Yeah, the nice thing about the spell Detect Evil and Good is it's only 30 feet, not 60 feet, but it lasts for 10 minutes when you cast it. So it, is quite a bit longer.
Can I really quickly use Divine Sense right now?
Yeah, you can. So you use Divine Sense, and you actually do sense a presence in this corner over by Honed. It seems to be up in the corner in the air. And you get that quick glimpse of it. You do know that it is a fiend. And let's see, we just went over this. You also get the type, but not the identity. Yeah, so you do know that there seems to be some sort of fiend hovering up in this corner above Honed.
Can I Eldritch Blast it real quick?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That was fucking awful.
So an 8. So you Eldritch Blast and it just kind of dissipates along the wall. And the rest of you don't even know what's going on. You just see Niall quickly blast into the corner of the wall up in the near the ceiling.
Real quick, can I actually describe how this goes down?
Yeah, go for it.
So, real quick, Niall pauses for a second as you're all talking, and then he just kind of lowers his head as if to kind of take in a deep breath. And then, without opening his eyes, because Divine Sense kind of is just a sense, he turns and he just punches with the arm that doesn't have the shield on, and just kind of like a fist of air slams into the wall over here.
As soon as he does that, Kel's going to draw Knight's Bane and mistaking him for attacking Hone, he's going to point it at Niall.
And Mariana's going to draw a dagger and pull out her focus and turn to the corner, noting exactly what she had just said.
I'm also going to can I at least dart into that corner? Here and hover in the air,
Yeah, we're not
yourself as wide as possible.
in combat specifically right now, so you can do whatever you'd like.
I'm going to drop to the ground and be like, "What the hell are you doing, man?"
Why did you attack my friend?
First off, and Niall is going to just really quickly glare at Kel. I didn't attack your friend. Put down your blade before you hurt yourself. The rest of your friends seem to have a good idea of what I meant to do.
I'm gonna kind of reach around just this area to see if I feel anything, I guess.
Meaning to do and doing are two different things.
Yeah, you reach all around that area, and you don't find anything as your kind of hand goes up into the corner, and you do a little parkour maybe on the walls if you try to do that to get up in the up corner.
I can just fly.
Oh, that's right. You can fly. You fly up and you don't feel anything in the upper corner.
Can I do Divine Sense once again?
Yep. So you go ahead and you Divine Sense, and you don't sense anything anymore.
It's left our presence. Now, again, put your sword down before you hurt yourself.
This is important. We need to deal with this so that we know that we can speak freely.
Think.
If we wanted to deal with this particular problem, wouldn't we have to go for the protected brother in the manor? They listen to him, right?
Well, are we sure we need to get rid of it before we can speak freely, or do we just need to make sure they're not around?
I don't have enough energy to constantly check, nor do any of us seemingly have a spell to constantly check. Not that-
I acquired some tricks in my travels. If you allow me, by tomorrow I can know how to check for them.
We don't have time for that. Now,
How long do you have?
7 days. We have a week that I have time before I decide that I'm going to deal with it my own way and accept the consequences that come with.
And we have 2 days before they're going to get together.
In terms of getting you into the upper city near the manor, I can provide you with some of these wood badges that should allow you there during the day, but there is a curfew for folk of the lower cities. And that I can't break without paperwork, and I'm unfortunately tied up and cannot use the watch or any of its resources, plenty as they may be, to help in that particular respect.
You would think they would care more about the Duke being murdered, but such is life, I suppose.
Just as the Flaming Fists and their captains have separate ambitions, the Watch is tied to several different families. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the people I served with are helping that foolish man.
And just as additional information, you would know, and you would know this, Igvis too, Honed, and of course Nile, that the Watch, again, is specifically meant to patrol the upper city and take care of the patriarch families. And in fact, many patriarchs are Watch members themselves. Many of the Watch members are members of the patriarch families, and typically as part of the Watch, that station is usually handed down generations, between people who are nobles and part of the elite and part of the political structure of the city. There's also, obviously the Council of Four and the Dukes, but there's the Parliament of Peers as well, which is the ruling body of the city, which is made up of a whole bunch of patriarch families. So even those who are not members of the four ducal families still have power and influence over the laws and legislation and the actual running of the Watch itself. So there's a whole bunch of mingling of politics that go on, and you would imagine that if a duke is involved in all of this stuff, that's a lot of power that person holds. And you know that currently there were, just as a reminder, there are 4 Dukes of Baldur's Gate usually that run the city, and one of them is named Grand Duke, who has a little bit more power than the other 3. Usually in matters where voting happens, the Grand Duke gets 2 votes versus everybody else's 1. They essentially become a tiebreaker vote. But the Grand Duke, older Ravengard, fell in the destruction of Elturel. Then you have Duke Porter, who was assassinated, now. Then you have Duke Bellin Stelmane, which Duke Stelmane is a recluse. Nobody's seen him in quite some time. It's said that he has some sort of debilitating disease, maybe. Nobody really knows. But he hasn't been seen in quite some time and isn't seen in public affairs, which really only leaves Duke Vanthampur kind of as the remaining duke until those ducal positions are filled, which would give her considerably more power as well. So, yeah, I'll mention that.
It was just more a comment of, you would think people would care that a leader was killed, but oh well. That's all. So if you want to deal with this spy network first, that would be the recluse of a brother, right? Who never leaves the manor.
That is correct.
Even if we can't deal with it immediately, we have to keep it in mind.
Indeed.
It makes it that much easier for them to get reinforcements, to know our plans, and to get us killed.
From tomorrow on, I'll know how to find them. Let me know then.
In the meantime, poison Poseidon?
Yes, that is our best course of action. And Dragonborn, do your best to keep your sword sheathed.
And now, Mariana will just go,
I
oh,
don't take orders
here, and toss the pouch back to Kel of the 30 gold. Which, only if you take the time to count it will you note that.
Kel's not one really for money, so he's just going to take it.
So, how did it fare with your ship?
No ship left to pay. Let's go.
Very well.
All right, so you head off to the Poison Poseidon. That's what I heard.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and... How about we take our 10-minute break here? Get up, stretch, grab some water, maybe a snack. We'll regroup in 10 minutes and see what happens over at the Poison Poseidon.
Sounds good.
All right. See y'all in a second. All right. And we are back. Back here with Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. Perfect. So, when we left off right before the break, the group was looking to go to the Poisoned Poseidon. So just as a reminder, on our Baldur's Gate map, the Poisoned Poseidon is in the southeast portion in Lower Brampton, on our map here at Baldur's Gate, which I am pinging here on the map. So I am going to go ahead as you make your way across town. I'm going to switch scenes and we'll get your tokens here on the map. Alais, Honed, Igvis, Kel, Mariana, and Niall. Bam. So, as you approach the Poison Poseidon in Lower Brampton, you can kind of see as you're coming down there through the buildings, there seem to be some steps that lead up to a ship, a large ship that's mostly submerged beneath the ground, and it stands squished between other apartment buildings near the docks. The upper deck of the ship juts out from the streets and is accessible via a curved set of stairs on the front of the boat. The ship's two masts were destroyed long ago, but the stubs still remain to form two 15-foot-high pillars. On the back of the ship, a large crane maneuvers about, picking up and dropping off large crates from the deck of the ship to street level, and vice versa. And you can see Honed from where you are. It seems there are people on top of the ship there, and they are armed, and there seem to be 3 individuals that you can see that kind of move back and forth, and very clearly they seem to be displaying these shields that have that black hand on them. They seem to be moving back and forth on top of the ship.
Okay, so they're just like patrolling,
Right.
more or less?
Right.
Okay.
And you can see that too, Niall, somewhat as well, as you kind of approach from over there. So you have these stairs right here that I'm pinging that seem to lead from street level up to the top of the ship. So that's what you see. So, whenever you are ready, you can tell me what you guys want to do.
Do you guys have any plans before I do my obnoxious Alais things?
They're not even hiding it anymore.
Niall is just gonna you can see that he tenses his jaw, and he balls his fist that is part of the hand that doesn't have the shield on it.
Elias, you do you.
Very well. So I'm going to create a minor illusion on the side, and I'm going to try to sound like a thief talking to another thief, like, see, I told you swimming in the water and crawling up the ship was the best way to sneak in. And, kind of whisper almost loudly so that the guards on patrol would hear it, but not clear enough that they could tell exactly where it was coming from.
So repeat. So you're going to use minor illusion
to create a voice.
And
what the voice says is a very clear, I told you going into the harbor and crawling up the back of the ship was the best way to sneak in. I hear these guys are loaded.
Okay, and so that comes from 30 feet. You can make that sound appear. So where kind of do you want that sound to be coming from?
So first, Elias is going to try to use a stealth check to move a little closer himself.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me stealth.
Like a 14. Not incredible, not terrible.
Okay, so go ahead and move me on yourself on the map where you want to be moving.
Right here. Past the ramp.
Okay.
And he wants to cast the minor illusion on the other side of the ship to see if he can draw the guards over.
Like there? Because that's as far as you can really get.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So you cast your minor illusion.
Should I roll deception or anything for how convincing the voice sounds, or how would that work?
It goes against your spell save DC.
Okay.
But so what you will see immediately, though, Elias, is there are individuals on the ship. In addition, from where you are, as you get a little closer, you can see there's an individual over here, and he seems to be wielding a spear, unlike these other individuals who are walking around with those shields and maces. But the individuals with the shields and maces you see kind of look at each other and then scramble over to this side of the ship.
So Elias is, as he kind of sees them scrambling, he's going to sneak back, trying to get away. So he's going to do the spell and leave, to be clear.
Okay.
Well, we've got their... And then he's going to look at the group. Well, we have their attention elsewhere for anything you guys wish to do with that.
We have to eliminate them.
Very well.
Yep.
Kel's gonna draw.
Tell me,
Mark,
do you guys
and-
have fireball? Do any of you know any fire magic?
Yeah, I have my fire breath.
Just hold on.
And
Don't cast fire on the wood ship. We need it for evidence. Please think rationally. Let's just go kill us some scum.
And as you say that, you hear a voice on top of the deck say,
What are you all doing over there? Get back to your posts. What did you hear?
Who's the guy who said that? Can we see him?
yeah, you can. And it's this guy over here who has the spear. And you see him kind of looking at the individuals that are on this side of the ship. And you see them kind of looking over the deck right now. And they seemed a little confused.
So, guys, if we're gonna attack with a drop on them, now is a good time.
Can I actually do something real quick? Because now they're looking back at this guy, right?
Before we do any of that, I wanted to ask if, with my knowledge of ships, would I know a better way to get into a boat that was sunk in at this level?
Roll me an intelligence check at advantage.
$13.
Yeah.
So technically, I do have proficiency in water vehicles, if that helps.
Yeah. What's your proficiency bonus?
+2.
So it'd be a 15 in total. So with your proficiency bonus, actually, you would know that, you know, a ship like this would probably have, you know, small windows on some of the lower decks. On probably the second lower deck, based on the size of the ship, you believe it to be at some point some sort of warship. Obviously, it's long sunken, it's deep in the ground, and from what you can see, those lower decks seem to be underground based on the size of the ship and what's jutting out of the ground. So there's definitely a significant portion of the ship that is underground. But you see that there are a couple buildings over here in this direction that jut right up against the ship and seem to be part of like its structure now. But based on the warship and where you would expect these small windows that would be used to fire artillery out of the ship once upon a time, they kind of maybe align with these buildings. And if there is any kind of semblance of a window left, which honestly you're just not sure whether there even would be with the dilapidated nature of the ship, obviously because it's grounded and broken and stuff like that, that maybe you might be able to access them from those buildings.
Okay, so while Elias is doing like his deal with the illusion, I'm kind of going to wander towards those buildings and see if there are any windows.
Okay, so for now, go ahead and put yourself over near those buildings. And then at this point, what is the rest of your intention? So the rest of you don't know what I just told Mariana. This is just her innate knowledge. You cast the illusion. You heard him say that. What do you see over the side of the ship? Get back to your posts. What would your intention be?
Well, as soon as I hear him call them, I would assume that they'd be looking at him, and essentially in like 6 seconds, because that's the speed I can move at. All the way around to like this side? Like, if I could, like just floating like underneath the lip.
So what I'll do right now is I want everybody to take one action here. That's what you're going to get, and then we'll reassess the situation. Because it sounds like some of you want to engage, possibly, is what I'm getting at here from what I was listening to. So, Igvis, one turn, what would you like to do when all of this happens?
I don't think it'll actually let me place myself there, but essentially I want to be hovering over.
So the
That
reason
end of the boat?
it won't let you do that is because this side of the boat, the front of the boat, is jutted up against and kind of melded into the side of this building. So you would have to fly like over, the top of the boat and then back down on the other side if you wanted to get there.
In that case, I would like to fly to like here.
Right. So you want to fly like on top of the boat there?
Correct.
Okay.
And I want to end with that's my movement, and then my action. I want to take this guy and shove him over the edge.
Okay. Sounds good. Give me an athletics check.
Ah.
All right.
9.
Well, listen, he still has to roll. So,
get that nat one.
Yeah, you never know. We're gonna go ahead and roll this. That is
that's not a nat one.
That's
it was almost a 3.
Yeah. So as you go over and you try to grab and shove her over the boat, she actually brushes you off and looks back in surprise as she takes out her mace and moves you up against. She kind of moves with you here and kind of pins you against the side of the mast there.
Question: she didn't know I was there. Could I at least have advantage? Just kidding. That wouldn't matter because that roll's too high.
Actually, I will give you advantage, but you could match her at a if you rolled a nat 20. So go ahead and roll again, just in case.
It was worth a shot.
All right. So no. So she is able to avoid you pushing her over, and she actually moves over to the side and pins you up against the mast.
Okay,
she says,
for me.
"Found them." Okay, Honed, your one action. This is the surprise round in total, so this is all happening at the same time.
Okay. I'm just gonna move up, I guess, and then I'm just going to ready my battle axe.
Okay. Sounds good. Kel, tell me what you want to do. You have one turn.
Against everybody's wishes, I'm going to use my fire breath, and I'm going to breathe fire onto the ship.
Okay. Your fire breath is... I want an idea of kind of how big your fire breath is. It's a 30-foot line, right?
Yep, 30 feet.
Okay. So you all see... Roll me a D100, Kel.
Do you want me to roll it private or just to you?
Public's fine. Roll to everybody.
Ha! Great number.
So you do your fire breath, and it looks like some of the wood starts to char and burn, and it looks like some sparks kind of come up that could have caught the side of the wood on fire, but it seems that the wood might be a little too waterlogged in this section of the ship, at least, for you to really set it ablaze. But you do char and burn the side of the ship, but no visible fire
Darn
happens.
it. Yeah, that's gonna be it.
Okay. Niall, one turn.
Can I see the person that's got pinned
You
on?
absolutely can.
Can I just Eldritch Blast that one?
Yeah, go for it. Give me an attack roll.
Does a 20 hit?
A 20 does hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. As everybody is confused by your Eldritch Blast. 9... Is that force?
Yeah, it's 9 force. Does I don't remember. Does Eldritch Blast get a bonus from your spell damage, or just do that random damage, or your spell attack?
Well, you get it from a feat, right?
Yeah.
So in the feat, what does it say? It says it uses your... Because sometimes feats have caveats. Can you learn can attack roll from the chat? Your spell can't catch you of his pet Eldritch Blast. So you use charisma. It does one. No, it doesn't add.
Okay, I wasn't sure. It's all good. But yeah, that is 9 force damage. Hopefully that can knock her away from Igvis.
9 force damage, and she takes the force damage as she kind of lets go of Igvis, who is no longer really pinned against that mass. As she kind of like stumbles backward off a little, and she sees you down below, and she says, "There's more of them! Prepare!"
So, how gathered are...
How what?
How clustered are the other people by the end of the mass?
So you can, well, you'll see what you see on the map currently in Foundry. So you see Igvis over here. On this other side of the ship seems to be another one that was looking over the side. There's this guy here that I'm pinging that, you know, has a spear and kind of was talking to the other two. And then kind of towards the far end of the ship over here, there seems another one that was kind of on that back end, looking over when all of this was happening, which is all happening at the same time. So they haven't, like, really reacted to all of this yet. But it is your turn, Alais. If you want to go ahead and give me a full turn, what would you like to do?
So, Elias is going to get closer, trying to position himself 30 feet from Igvis and 30 feet from Nine.
Okay. So you can go ahead and move where you'd like to be.
I think here I'm within 30 feet of both of them.
Yeah, I'd say probably here, because of the height of the ship deck. You'd probably want to be. Yeah, that's probably better.
All right. Now, I'm going to use a spell.
All right.
I am in range of Kel, Niall, and Igvis. And they're all now blessed. You know, as they feel what is clearly bardic inspiration welling up inside of them.
You are bardically inspired. At least that's what you tell yourselves.
Yes.
He cast Bless, right?
Yes, bless.
Yes.
1d4 on attack and saving throws?
So anytime you roll an attack or saving throw, you can roll another d4 to add to it.
Now, DM, I have a question.
Yeah.
If I were to cast Bless, would that
not
add?
Stack.
Damn it. Okay.
I think you can just hit different targets, like things that maybe Elias couldn't hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you could cast Bless, and people who Elias didn't have in his initial Bless could become blessed, but you can't have like double Bless condition.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but I just wanted to double check before I make other moves. You know.
Yeah.
Well, you know, blessed by both gods.
I don't believe in a god.
All right, so you move and you cast Bless, Elias. Let's see, Mariana.
Because he knows blessed, would he recognize that it was cast on him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is awkward for my bard story.
Mariana, what would you like to do? So you kind of go up and you're like inspecting those buildings, given your knowledge, thinking, what if? And then you see everybody do this.
Yeah, I hear fire and I'm like, what? Okay. I'll go for the one in front of... Actually... I might actually get to use one of my spells that hits multiple things, so, you know,
All right.
it's exciting.
Go for it.
Alright, well, this'll only hit him, but that's okay. 60 feet? Okay, I will be using Ice Knife on the one with the spear.
Cool. So you make a ranged spell attack against the one with the spear.
Oh, okay, it's one. 22.
22 absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll me... Oh, it already did damage. So it does the piercing damage, and I have to make a dex save, right?
For half cold damage, I think, yeah.
Alright. Each creature within 5 feet makes it, but it's just him. And I think that negates the cold damage if I make it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it doesn't say you take half. It just...
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is his roll.
It's almost threes every time.
And I think that does... Yeah, that saves.
Okay. So that saves, so he doesn't take the cold damage, but he takes the 3 piercing damage. Ouch! Alright. That is your first turn. So at this point, we are clearly in combat. So go ahead and roll me initiative now that was just the surprise round. And now we will see how the actual turn order turns out.
Well, at least I got that out of the way.
So my first initiative didn't take because I didn't have my token selected, but it was a 14.
It was a 14. 14.
Hey, Igvis, you and me both got the same initiative.
No. The fact that you have a -1 though does make me laugh a little bit.
Listen,
He's
All right.
old, man.
I am old and I am wearing very good armor.
He's old and he's just mentally, kind of sick of this shit, right?
Exactly, 100%. I'm done. I don't need to go fast. I just need to go hard.
I mean, he literally just said, don't set the ship on fire, and now the ship's a little smoldering.
I gotta be honest, I 100% wanted to use my surprise round to punch Kel in the face.
So what I'm hearing though is he's getting too old for this bullshit.
Yeah, it's pretty much. It's like 50.
All right, I got 6 people in here. Bam. So they rolled pretty well for their initiative. So after that surprise round, this one turns around, immediately sees his companion over there with Igvis, turns around, sees Honed, and moves towards you, Honed.
What's funny is where I am, I can't see like anything on the ship anymore.
And yeah, because you're right up against the mast. So she will attack for this.
Okay, I had my action readied as well.
You did. So go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Just absolutely destroy her.
18?
18 will hit. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny.
And 11.
11 points of damage. That definitely hurts, but he continues to come at you. And this is his attack roll as he attacks you with his mace.
Does not hit.
12 misses with the mace. Okay, that's his turn. This one over here, Igvis, same deal, attacking you with a mace. That is also a miss.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. This one is going to come around and flank you, Honed.
Oh boy.
So we'll have advantage. So it is this. Keep highest. Yeah. So attacks with his spear at you for a 23
Yeah.
to hit. And you shall take this much damage. And 9 points of damage. And then he booms out in this voice and says, "Both of you, attack now while you have the chance!" And these other two, the one that's flanking you, Honed, and the one that is by you, Igvis, with the shields and the maces, will then make an attack on you. So Honed first. Does an 11 hit?
No, it doesn't.
And then Igvis... Well, actually, sorry. That one has advantage on you. So 20, does that hit?
Yeah.
Okay. And Igvis... I'll just roll the attack rolls. 18?
Yeah.
All right. So, Honed, you're going to take this. You're going to take 5 points of damage from that mace. And Igvis, from her mace, you'll take 4 points of damage. And that is the guy with the spear. That is his turn. Igvis, you're up.
So as soon as he does that, I already know that he's the problem now. So I'm just gonna leave combat with this.
Okay, you are going to get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
$12.
Nope.
All right.
I'll also pass through this one's attack if you want to
Yep.
swing at me with them too.
An 18.
That one will hit.
All right. For 9 points of damage. Pretty nasty strike with his mace.
Okay. And then once I land there, I'll pull out my quarterstaff as I'm flying, so my 3-section staff,
All right.
and just swing it hard on this guy.
All right. Sounds good.
Of course.
That is a nat 1. Please roll me a single d20. All right, you do
I'm good.
not critically fumble. For those on the stream who haven't seen it before, we have a house rule. If you roll a nat 1, you have the possibility of critically fumbling. You roll a 1d20, a single d20, and if you get less than 10, you critically fumble. And I have a random table of bad things that happen. But that is not the case here, as you do not critically fumble.
Okay, and then I'll spend a key point to flurry.
Good old monk moves.
For a 24.
24 will hit.
And I'm assuming a 14 probably doesn't.
14 misses.
Okay, one more key point then. And I'm going to add my Hand of Harm to this. So it's going to be...
Nice.
A total of 12 additional damage.
12? Wait, so it's
It's 12 damage total.
12 damage total. It was the additional that got me. All right,
My
12
bad.
damage. Ouch.
And that will end my turn.
All right, Kel, You're up.
So I am going to move. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh, I thought Igvis had 6 for initiative.
I rolled a 14, but I didn't select my token, so I had to
Oh,
re-roll
okay.
it to throw myself on the track.
I was about to be like, oh, wait, should I have gone?
Oh, I actually didn't add my blessing. 1 second.
I'm going to move to there, and I am first as my bonus action. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
So how far can you move? What's your movement? Is it 30 feet?
Yes, it's 30 feet.
All right, so that's 35 feet to get there to the flanking position. You can move there, though, if you want, and you can attack from there.
Yep, I'm going to move there. As my bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith, so it gives me a +2 AC. It goes to 18 instead of 16. And then I am going to cast... I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
All right.
Sorry, really quickly, DM. I didn't add my blessing to my attack with the flurry.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit by chance?
An 18 would have hit. So you can go ahead and roll your damage while Kel's doing his thing.
Yeah, it's just one more unarmed strike for an additional 8.
All right. So Kel, go ahead and roll for Guiding Bolt. I think it's an...
Yeah, it's going to miss.
That will miss.
I'm going to use a lucky point, and I'm going to re-roll that.
All right.
Does an 11 hit?
An 11 does not hit.
Add your 1d4, maybe?
Oh, yeah, 1d4. Hold on.
I forgot to. I thank Nate, Honed for reminding me.
14 to hit?
14 does not hit. So you go with your Guiding Bolt, and you miss. But you have your Shield of Faith on, your extra 2 to AC. You moved.
Yep, that's going to be my turn.
All right, go ahead and pass the turn in game. All right, this one here is going to move. And moves to flank you, Igvis. Niall.
Following suit, I'm going to use a bonus action. Well, let me double check. Yeah, no, I'm going to use my bonus action to also cast Shield of Faith.
All right.
Bringing my AC to 22.
Holy hell, what is your original AC? 20?
I'm going to go right here. And then I'm going to make an unarmed strike against this man with advantage.
Sounds good. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Does a 19 hit?
A 19 does hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
I'm going to expend a second level spell slot to do Divine Smite.
Okay. Divine Smiting.
Sorry, just making sure I marked the spell slots correctly.
and a second level spell slot. Woo!
So 3d8.
Plus your unarmed strike, which I guess is 1 plus your strength modifier.
Yeah, which is 3.
So 3d8 plus 3.
13 damage.
Ouch! That hurts!
Oh, so 16 then.
This old man just coming up and obliterating
16.
people with his fists.
Yeah, 16.
So, Niall is going to push past Kel enough and just slam him in the face with his fist. Like a strike of light smacks into his face.
Awesome. As it smacks into his face and it causes this burn from the radiant light on his face, and the whole right side of his face is completely scarred at the moment from the blazing heat of this radiant light.
It's really funny. I hit him with necrotic damage, and you're hitting him with radiant damage. He doesn't know which way to go.
You're playing good cop, bad cop. All right. Niall moves up. You did your bonus action for the Shield of Faith. You punch this guy with some radiant fists. He is still up. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I think that's going to be my turn.
All right.
I like to think that the radiant and necrotic damage actually react out like baking soda and vinegar on him. He just kind of fizzles.
Real quick as well, because I did cast an abjuration spell. Let me double check that actually.
There might be a thing.
Yeah, it's not a bonus action, so yeah, I just have now. There's like a ward of visible magical
your
shields.
arcane ward.
Yeah, shimmering. Like it's I would say that other people look on my armor and it's like shimmering extra for some reason.
Cool. So you create the ward, which is only once per...
Once per long rest.
Yeah, okay. And then
But
every time you cast an abjuration spell after that, it can regain hit points and stuff.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, Alais, you're up.
I am just gonna go to the base of the bridge and use Sacred Flame on the dude they keep punching.
All right. Sacred Flame it is.
I feel like Niall is watching this and questioning if Elias is a bard.
I promise you that's not on his mind.
So I have to make a dex saving throw.
Yes, and if you fail, you take 4 whole damage. So I'm definitely doing something here.
Dang it. I was really
17.
hoping it would have been
He has advantage on dex saves?
He may or may not.
Interesting.
Obviously you can see the roll, but he may or may not.
Well, if he fumbled in it, maybe he had disadvantage on dex saves.
The roll is not a mistake. It is a 17. All right, so he does save against your sacred flame.
Well, I'm just going to pass the turn. That was all I had.
All right, so go ahead and pass the turn in game.
Remember, you can right-click on the actual tracker and pop it out to just click the button.
Mariana.
How high is this first platform?
With like the top of the ship, or you just mean where Elias is? 10 feet about to get right up there.
Okay, that's a little too high. I was hoping that maybe I could hop up that and save 20 feet of movement.
You want to do hardcore parkour?
How does that collide with a wall? Fine. Can I still actually move diagonally here, or do I need to move around that?
You have to move around that.
Okay. Gross.
So you can't go diagonally like when there's like a corner right there.
Unless you're me, in which case I just play over it. I cheat, I know.
Okay. And that's... Yeah, I'll just... I'll do Ray of Frost.
Sounds good. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Yeah, that's an 11.
An 11 will miss. So that's a movement and an action to attack. Do you have any bonus action you'd like to use?
I'm gonna save the tentacles for now.
Sounds good.
I'll leave it at that.
And I'll say, Mariana, as you're down there and all of this is going on, you start to see a group of people that are gathering out here and trying to see what's going on. Honed.
I'm going to attack the lady.
All right. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
20?
20 will hit the lady. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
And 12.
12 damage on the lady. And how do you kill her?
I'm just going to lob her head off.
Awesome. As you decapitate her and her head rolls along the ship floor.
And that's my turn.
All right. This one over here is up. She is going to move there with 30 feet. And,
one after the other. I see you've just lined them up, Hone.
and then attack you. A 16 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. For 6 points of damage. And actually, I'll roll just in case it's a 20, because she had advantage, but it's not. So 6 points of damage she does to you. And
all right.
That's her turn. The guy with the spear is up. He is going to attack you, Honed. Yeah, he's going to attack you, Honed. A 24 to hit.
Yeah.
For this much damage. For 10 points of damage.
Boy.
And then he is going to call out,
Stay strong, Bay Knights! Attack our enemies now!
And these two will take attacks. One on Igvis, one on Honed. So the woman here will attack you with that mace again, Honed. 11. Actually, sorry.
Does not hit.
It's with advantage.
Does not hit.
All right. And this one will attack you, Igvis, with advantage. So there's 1, and this is 2. So the advantage saves him there. 23 to hit.
Yeah. Yep.
For this much damage. For 8 points of damage. And let's see. That was both attacks. Yeah, that's his turn. Igvis.
Same kind. Quarterstaff first. 21.
21 will hit.
For 5 damage.
All right, 5 damage. And he is hurting as you kind of come with your quarterstaff and You kind of buckle his knees a bit. He seems to be limping a little bit, spitting out some blood with that scarred face from Nile.
I'm going to do another key point to do flurry.
All right.
24
Four
for
will hit.
6 more damage.
6 more damage. And how do you kill him?
So essentially, I'll take my quarterstaff, which is the section staff, and the first strike will wrap it around his head, and the second strike is him pulling him into my knee, like his face.
Awesome. And
then
blood was already spurting out of his mouth and his face as your knee just collapses his nose and caves in the entire front of his face.
And with the other hit of the flurry, I'm going to use the other effect of it, and instead do a hand of healing onto Honed, because I can see he's hurting.
Cool.
Let me reroll that. So it's going to be 6 points of healing for him. I know I'm rolling harm, but it's the same dice.
So 6 points of healing for Honed.
And then I'll finish my turn by flying over this person next and landing on the other side.
Okay, cool. Kel, you're up.
I am going to move to here. That's 10, 15, 20. And then I am going to I'm gonna attack with Knight's End.
Sounds good. You are going to get an attack of opportunity from this one as you move from here to here. The one that's on the other side of Hone kind of swings at you with their mace. Does a 24 hit you?
Yep.
All right. So you will take this much bludgeoning damage, 7 points of bludgeoning damage from their mace, and then you can continue attacking with Knight's End. And you'll have advantage.
All right, and there's that. Ooh, 21.
Roll one more time because you have advantage. Maybe you got a crit.
So the 21 does hit.
30 total.
So 21 hits. So go ahead and roll damage.
We can hope, right?
If only it worked that way. $12 points of damage.
And I am infusing this. Sorry, I should have said it to begin with. But I am infusing it.
Infusing it with what?
With... As soon as I get to it, where is it? With chromatic infusion.
Chromatic infusion. Okay, so that's your bonus action to do that. So what kind of energy?
I think we're gonna do. We're gonna do fire this time.
Okay. So you do an extra 1 point of fire damage as well, so 13 points of damage in total. Ouch! They're still up. So that was your move, that was your action, and a bonus action. That your turn, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Alright, this one is up. Blah, 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 blah. This one is going to... Doesn't like their position. They're going to attack you, Igvis. 19 to hit
Yep.
for this much bludgeoning damage. 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And then they will step here. Niall.
I'm sorry. I'm going to turn to the one that just moved up, and I'm going to Eldritch Blast it.
Cool. Go ahead and give me an attack
So
roll.
so would
That's
bless
this one, right?
What would you say?
That was this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And with bless, it's +9 to hit then, because bless adds to that.
It's plus a 1d4.
Well, 1d4. So you roll the hit normally, and then roll a d4, and you add that to the attack roll.
I just haven't been because my shots were hitting.
So 12, and then roll a d4.
$13.
So 13, and 13 will miss.
Dang it.
Got a little crink in your neck there, you know.
Well, I mean, I can't yeah, that punch. I hit him hard. So, just checking that I can't do anything crazy.
That's your action. You'd still have a bonus action if you wish to use it, and a movement.
I'd move here,
Okay.
and then I think I'll just end here.
All right, Alais, you are up.
I'm just going to use a Sacred Flame.
All right. We shall... On who? Who are you going to Sacred Flame?
That one or that one?
The is the vein close?
The one by Honed, I guess. So I have to make a dex save. $19.
Okay, that ends my turn. I will use it as a spell next time.
Mariana.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hang out here. And, I'll go for an Eldritch Blast, too.
All right. Give me an attack roll.
On the one by,
By Honed?
Honed and Nile, just to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 9.
A 9 will miss.
And yeah, I'll sit here and continue to save my other stuff.
Honed, you are up.
Okay, I'm gonna attack her.
All right.
And a 12.
12 will miss.
That's everything. That's my turn.
All right. This one is up, and Hone, she's just going to attack you with a mace.
Yep, that hits.
22 for this much damage. 6 points of damage. And then she will end. Igvis.
Might as well, this one.
All right.
For 17.
17 will miss.
Cool, let me add the 1d4 real quick then. 19.
19 will hit.
Okay. For 5 more points of damage.
Right. 5 points of damage.
And then bonus will be just another strike.
All right.
Uh, 21
21 will hit.
for an additional 6.
All right. And that will take her down.
Cool. So that one will be the quarterstaff strike up to like uppercut them under the chin, and then I'll kick them basically back into Nile a little bit.
Awesome. And Niall, you feel that one just kind of hit against your back as she then slumps to the floor.
And then I'll just fly over to this position.
All right. Kel, you are up.
I am going to. How many enemies are there left? Just her?
Yep, just the one.
So I am going to attack with Knight's End. I'm going to move up to her first. I'm going to move up to her first. And then attack with Knight's End. And as my bonus action, I'm going... Shit, so never mind.
All right, that will miss.
Oh, let's see if I can... Yep, that's gonna be it.
Okie dokie. Niall.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing my unarmed strike to this last one for advantage.
There you go.
That was awful. I'm gonna roll a d4. Well, would it matter if I get maximum?
I don't know. You can roll and find out.
Well, just a 16.
A 16 misses.
That's what I figured. And that'll be it.
Elias.
Gonna try Mind Slither on one of them this time.
Mind Sliver.
Maybe they're less intelligent than they are dexterous.
Yeah, the advantage is killing me.
So you can see there. I have intelligence save. All right. Three.
I did something, guys.
So that is how much damage did you roll there? 5 psychic damage. And subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of your turn.
Yes.
Okay. 5 points of psychic damage as she grabs her head in agony.
So that's a really nasty headache. She should take an aspirin.
That's a terrible headache. Enough to kill a commoner.
Yes, me, famous commoner.
Mariana, you are up.
Hey, don't discredit yourself. You're a level 4 commoner.
Hey, you can't forget the level 4, all right? You're a beefed
It's
up
very
commoner.
important. Yeah, I'll blast him.
Blast him.
And that's a 10.
10 will not do it.
Not that far. Okay.
Honed, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna give her a hit,
All right, go for it.
and I'm gonna miss.
Did you?
All right, she is up. She's gonna go for Igvis. So this to hit. 23
Yeah, it is.
for this much bludgeoning damage. 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
That actually knocks me unconscious.
All right, as you are knocked unconscious. And then she will. There was my unconscious thing. She will pass the turn. Igvis, give me a death saving throw, por favor.
Sorry, doing all the hiding. 1 second.
There's another. Wait a minute. Hold on.
You also see one come up the stairs from over there.
Oh. Hey, DM, you saw it, right?
I did, as you immediately cough up blood. So Igvis goes down and then goes, and Igvis's eye, well, he has a mask on, but seems to be moving on the ground and writhing in pain.
Doesn't that pop me back up to 1?
Sorry, I'm counting. Yes, it does put you back up to 1, but that's your whole turn.
Oh, I thought that was at the start of my turn. I make the dex save. Okay.
Let me look. I could be wrong. I think it just says on your turn you do it. I don't know. I've always played it that your death save is basically your turn.
Okay.
I don't know.
No worries.
I can look it up later. But
All right. Then I'm standing essentially.
all right, Kel, you are up. You also see over here, Kel. It looks like a couple more individuals are coming up the stairs.
I am going to. And I have what I was going to do. I am just going to move here.
And those individuals, just to describe them as well, these two, with the same picture as that other lady that's up there, also have those shields and maces. These two seem to be carrying these flails that have skull heads on them, and the skulls hanging on the edge of the chain flails glow with this eerie blue energy.
Are they reminiscent of, I think it was Flennis's mace?
Kind of. Yeah. Similar.
Okay. That means Mariana also has one, which is funny.
So I'm going to move there, and then I am going to
So you are
cast.
going to get an attack of opportunity from this one over here as you move away.
Okay.
$20 to hit.
Jesus. Yep.
And for this much damage, for 5 points of damage. And then you can continue doing what you're doing. So you move away. That's your move. And then you have an action or possible bonus action.
I'm going to use Guiding Bolt on this one. Right, if I can. Yeah, this guy. Pinging for you. Will not ping. But it's the top. Yeah, that one.
This one. Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
$14 plus the D4. $16 to hit.
Yeah, 16 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
For 19 points of radiant damage.
And you obliterate this one, who immediately dies.
And then I have the feet, I think. Oh no, that's with a weapon. Okay, that's gonna be my turn.
All right, this one is up. This one. Okay, this one's just going to move there, and then we'll attack you, Niall, with a mace at advantage.
Good luck.
So 17 to hit?
No,
That's
not even
a
close.
miss.
I'd like to say that I just like use my shield and just like deflect it.
Nice. All right, that's all that one had for you. Niall, your turn.
I'm gonna see Igvis is hurt. Move there. I'll take that attack of opportunity at advantage.
All right.
Please be double nat ones.
23.
It does, but can I use my reaction?
You can, if you have a reaction to use.
Yeah, I'll use shield.
Okay, yeah. You can use shield, so it increases by 5 shield.
You are just a walking tank.
Yeah,
Now,
so I
remember that, yeah, you can use your reaction. So you get hit by, so shield, you get +5 to AC. Which
Yeah,
I assume is going to make them miss.
yeah, that'll make it a 27 that they would need to hit.
All right. Yeah, no. That's a miss.
And then I'm going to walk over to Igvis, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at the second level.
All right. Cool.
It's 12?
12 healing,
Points
Igvis.
Cool.
You're no longer on death's door. Cool, so that's a move, a spell, your action. Alais, you're up.
But yes, Igvis, I am a walking tank.
So I'm gonna go up again. I'm gonna get closer to the fight.
Okay.
I believe Bless is still up, correct?
Bless
You haven't
would
dropped it yet.
still be up unless you dropped it.
And now I'm gonna try. It looks like they have advantage on both, so I'm gonna try Sacred Flame again.
All right.
One needs healing, right?
Sacred Flame on who?
I suspect they'll make it, but
Who are you targeting with the Sacred Flame?
I targeting the one closest to you, one a little bit further away. This one
one
over here.
closest. Yeah, I tried to click on him. It didn't.
All
This
right. Cool, cool. So this is the deck save. 18.
That saves. I need better things to fight people who have advantage on saving.
All right. Mariana.
Ice Knife's gonna make an appearance again, I think. Let me check the range. Yeah. Yeah. Going for Ice Knife again. Targeting the furthest Fist of Bane by the stairs. $15?
15 to hit this one, you said, right?
Yeah.
No, 15 will miss.
Dang. Okay. And then it still explodes. So both of them still have to make the dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw for that one and this one.
Who is... Oh, okay. Now it's named Necromite. Cool. It was named Commoner before, and I was a little concerned.
So that's a nat 20, which is good. At least it's not on an attack.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And the other one is 16.
Dang. Okay.
All right.
And then I'm going to do some movement. Are these stairs here that'll be needed to get up to this higher area?
Yes, they are stairs.
Alright, I'll hang out here.
Honed, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna smack the lady again. Hopefully I hit her. With the advantage, I guess.
Cool.
And 12?
12 will miss.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
All right. This one is up. This one is going to move this way. And will attack you, Kel. as this large black, he spins the skull-headed flail around, and the eyes glow, and then this black beam of tendrils of energy kind of come out at you. $19 to hit.
Yep, just barely.
All right, for this much necrotic damage. For 8 points of necrotic. And that's its turn. This one is up. This one is going to attack Igvis or Honed at random. So I'm just going to roll a 1d2. 1 is Honed, 2 is Igvis.
Oh, come on. You don't want to include me in that?
Well, they look very beat up to him. So 1 Honed. So this is the attack roll. That is a nat 20.
My dear God.
So that will crit you. So
I'm just gonna lie down now.
For this. For 13 points of damage.
Yeah, that puts me on the ground.
All right. As Honed goes down, and then this one is going to we'll just stay where we are. Igvis.
Okay. Quarterstaff.
$15 plus 1
16.
is 16, which will miss.
Cool. We'll go with the unarmed strike.
$13 plus 2 is 15, will miss.
I'm trying to think if I should spend my last key point.
Do it, because I can heal if you're worried about that.
Well, the last key point was going to be to heal.
Oh. Well, I mean, if you want to use it to heal yourself, sure, but...
I think I'll just hold on to it. From what I can tell, we have a lot of clerics.
You think I'm a cleric? I told you I'm a commoner.
I didn't mean cleric. I meant healer, quote unquote.
The true commoner number 7 was Nile all along.
This one is going to come right up to you, Kel, and is going to attack you. 21 to hit. I assume that hits you, Kel, right? Alright. So, for this much damage, for 6 points of damage, bludgeoning damage. And that's their turn. Kel, you're up.
Elias, you did take your
I'm smacking that bitch in the face.
rest, right? Why is Elias injured? I don't remember Elias getting hurt.
It'll be
I asked the
infused
same
as
thing
well.
earlier.
I'm sorry, say again, Kel.
I'm smacking that bitch in the face with Night's End. No, I'm not. Never mind.
A 12 will miss.
You gonna roll your bless? Well, I guess 16 we already know we'll miss. So
15 will miss.
Yep, that's gonna be my turn.
All right.
But yeah, Sean, did you apply the long rest to your character sheet?
Yes, there's just a glitch in how it displayed.
Oh, okay. Cool.
My character sheet
Sorry.
has full health.
I asked him the same thing earlier because I was like, why are you not full?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
All right. This guy's up. This one is going to move diagonally this way to flank you, Niall, and will attack you at advantage.
Okay. The DC is still technically 27.
And will miss. Niall, you are up.
What to do? I'm going to cast Word of Radiance, actually. So both of these people surrounding me need to make a Constitution save.
Constitution saves. So the one above you gets a 17. And the one below you gets a 14.
Okay, so they both save. It didn't do anything. That's fine.
So that's an action.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out right here, actually.
All right. Alais, you're up.
Alright, so first off, I'm going to take a step forward. I am now close enough to touch home, correct?
Yep.
So for my primary action, I'm going to heal home.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that healing.
Does 12 get him up?
Absolutely.
Alright, cool.
Technically,
Wow.
1 gets him up, but yes.
I know, but I was excited, you know. I don't get to be like, does a 20 hit with the spell?
So Honed gets 12 hit points back.
Thank you.
I'm still maintaining Bless, so I don't think I can have another concentration spell.
Correct. If you could, if you used another concentration spell, you would lose Bless, though.
And Bless is helping you guys still, right?
Yes, absolutely it is.
There were a couple times I missed that. Well, I hate that I wouldn't have.
Alright, so I'll keep Bless up then. Alright, cool. And with that, I'll end my turn.
All right. Mariana.
I'm going to go for the guy in the back, the necromancer.
All right. With an Eldritch Blast? Or something different?
Yeah.
All right. Give me an attack roll.
10.
10 will miss.
I'm doing great.
You're all doing great, guys.
I'll just chill here.
Keep going. You're doing great.
I don't know what. I haven't taken a single point of damage. I'm doing fine.
Meanwhile, Honed and Igvis are just bouncing up and down off the wood deck.
That's why we have multiple healers.
I've killed like 3 of them, though, so I'll take my
16?
wins where I can get it.
16 will miss. Honed.
Did you apply? Did Hone have Bless?
It's me, you, and Kel have it.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wasn't sure.
So 16.
I'm going to use my second wind to get some more health.
All right. Good old fighter. You re-roll the 1.
It's a good thing I'm getting all these ones out of the way.
All right, 10. 10 hit points back. So that's your bonus action, your action.
That's all moves.
All right.
Wait, did Hone swing with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
All right, this one is gonna swing his flail around again and is going to shoot out at you, Kel. .23 to hit. Wow, this one's rolling really well.
Yep.
I think all of his attack rolls have been like 20 or higher.
See, this is why I needed to be tankier.
7 points of necrotic damage, Cal. As that same black tendril of energy comes from the head of his flail. All right, this one is up. This one is going,
Or at least surrounded?
yeah, this one is tempted to attack Niall because of advantage, but also wants to attack the others that look more injured. So we're just going to roll 1d3. 1 is Hone, 2 is Igvis, 3 is Niall.
This one's been here for a while.
Yeah. Niall, coming at you, just tempted by that advantage. The
Yeah,
tactical advantage.
Be a shame if I cast shield again, if he doesn't hit me.
13 will miss you.
100% will miss me.
To be fair, that would have missed any of us, so.
Yeah. No, it's just funny.
Igvis, you're up.
Alright, cracking with my staff.
I'm just one, like Igvis has been telling me, I'm just one giant glow stick.
Yeah, I said that to him a little earlier. That he has like 3 separate auras going that are all bright. It's like hard to see him.
Yeah, that hits Igvis.
For 7 points of damage.
7 damage.
Took that one clearly.
Yeah, that one's still up, but, definitely battered and bruised. Barely hanging on to life.
Alright, bonus action, strike again.
Fucking get him. Sick him.
I don't know if the 18 hits, but it's a 21.
18, 21 will hit.
For another 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage! And this one goes down.
Finally! Oh my god, that one took forever.
That one was pretty hardy. I mean, that one took both of you down.
And then with my movement, I'll bolt here.
All right.
And end my turn.
Cool. This one is up. We're going to roll 1d2. 1 is Kel, 2 is Igvis. Igvis, as you come up from behind them, they didn't like that, so they're going to turn around and try and smack you. 23 to hit.
Yeah.
For 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then... they don't like their position right now. Yeah, they're going to end their turn. Kel.
I'm going to attack with Nice End, the one that's right at me.
Cool, and you get advantage because you're flanking.
So it didn't come through, but I got a 17 and a 15. My internet was down.
17 will miss.
Roll your bless.
So 19. 19 will hit. You said your internet went down? Like, is your internet back up, or are you doing that from, like, your phone or something?
I'm doing it from my phone.
Gotcha. All right, 19 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. $12 points of damage with Night's End. And that definitely hurts. That's a pretty big smack.
And then that's the chromatic infusion.
Cool. An additional 4. Still up.
That's going to be my turn.
All right. And so you're not in Foundry either then, right? I assume? You just watching the stream?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So I will pass the turn there. This one is up. Niall, this one's just going to attack you straight up. 19 will miss you, right?
Yes, it'll miss me.
All right, and then that one's going to take a step this way. Niall.
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast that one.
All right. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
17.
17 will miss.
Okay, I will. I have Blade Blast dice. Yeah. 19.
19 will
Sorry.
hit.
So you know it's 18 or 19 somewhere.
2 damage.
2 damage. As it pings them. Pew pew.
And then I will end my turn.
Alais, you are up.
So, everyone's up, right?
All of your allies, yes. Your enemies, not so much.
I'm going to make them make. I guess we'll try another deck save because I'm still trying to ration my spells. Or do you guys think this is going to be our last fight today?
Let's just.
And Elias, as you look behind you too, you can see an even larger crowd starting to gather behind you there on the street. And you hear gasps and a couple screams as people look up at the carnage happening up here on top of the ship.
Okay, so I'm gonna make them make a saving throw.
Say again, I didn't catch all that. You
Have the
broke up.
one by Niall make the deck save, I guess.
The one by Niall, make a deck save? All right.
Yes.
Six.
Ah, my sacred flame did something.
Go ahead and roll me Sacred Flame damage. 8. You got max damage on it too.
Yeah.
And that hurts, but they are still up.
Hey, I did something.
You did. You did max Sacred Flame damage.
I will now catch the turn.
Mariana.
Alright. I'm going to... no, Eldritch Blast again at the Necromancer guy.
Cool. Roll me an attack roll.
Yeah, no, I got an 11. I'm sitting right in the middle range of rolls.
That was that
every time.
The Necromancer guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, actually that hits.
Oh, for real?
For real.
Okay, cool.
For real, for real?
For real,
For real?
Yep.
9 damage.
100%? No cap?
Absolutely. For how much damage? I'm sorry, 9?
9.
Ouch! He did not like that as he kind of is spinning his flail around and he turns his attention towards you.
And... nah, I'm chilling. Okay.
Honed, you're up.
So many choices. I'm just gonna go to the lady that's closest to me. The south.
Alright.
And then I'm gonna give her a smack.
A little smack.
I actually did something.
There it be.
That will hit. Roll me some damage.
9 damage.
9 damage. She is still up. But hurting.
And that'll end my turn.
Alright. The guy over here swinging his flail is gonna let out a bolt at you, Mariana, this time. Uh, 17 to hit.
I'm gonna use shield.
Oh, shield! Alright. And I assume that the +5 will put you over 17, which is why you used it. Alright. So it misses as it deflects off of the force that you put up. Then he is going to move.
He's gonna hide behind a pillar.
And that is his turn. Igvis.
Okay, I hope this works out the way I wanted to.
Okay.
I'm going to use a key real quick to do patient defense.
Okay.
And then I'm going to bolt towards the necromancer. Essentially right here. They can take the attack if they would like.
They will. And will miss.
One more, maybe critical fumble.
Oh, that's right. At disadvantage. And it is not a critical fumble.
I was being hopeful. And then quarterstaff.
Quarterstaff.
At an 18.
18 will hit. Absolutely.
For 11.
11. And how do you kill him?
So essentially, before you moved him, what I wanted to do was a drive-by and just smash his head and have it just like explode. But you hadn't go around the pillar, so instead I spin the other direction and then smash him into the pillar.
That's great. With your quarterstaff, as it just smashes his head and just splatters it and squishes it up against the pillar, and his body goes limp, but it kind of stays up a little bit in the upright position a bit as the gore from the head kind of sticks his body to the pillar wall, so it's unable to drop fully to the floor.
And then with the rest of my movement, move back straight to position. I was done with him just shooting them.
You're like, I've had enough of you. That's pretty funny. You just boomeranged. You're like, nah, I'm gonna kill you real quick. Come back. Okay, this one is going to attack you, Igvis. 17
That's my AC.
for 7 points of damage.
And I go down again.
And you are unconscious again. And then this one will take a step that way. Kel, you're up.
I am gonna smack that bitch in the forehead with Knight's Hand.
All right, go for it. Make me an attack roll.
Come on.
Oh, wait, actually, can you re-roll the attack?
That's critical fumble. Oh, no, it's not.
That
May you re-roll it?
Because they actually had disadvantage attacking me. I still had patient defense up.
Yeah. So that's a critical fumble, Cal, but roll me a 1d20 to see if it is. 10 would have missed you, Igvis.
I'll just give myself back the HP I lost.
All right.
Well, then wouldn't the thing provoke an attack of opportunity as well?
Did you still want that to move? Because they would have provoked an attack from me as well.
Yeah, let's just retcon that. So
Sorry.
he'll be there, which means Cal, you'd actually have advantage on your roll. So you rolled the nat 1, but then you rolled a 19 on your d20. So we'll just say that's your advantage roll. So 19 plus whatever your to hit is, which was 6, is 25, which would hit. So go ahead and roll me damage.
I apologize.
And plus Chromatic Infusion. So
13 total. So how do you kill her?
I imagine the flaming sword just lopping off her head, just straight clean baseball swing.
Nice. So you lop off her head and it rolls over onto the floor this way and lands right next to the other head that Honed lopped off earlier. All right.
I think I do get a. Hold on one second. Let me go to it. Whenever I fell an enemy, I'm trying to find it. If I'm not mistaken, I get another attack. Grandmaster. Yeah, I can make another weapon attack as a bonus action. So I'm going to move to the other lady. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
What ability is this from?
It is Great Weapon Master.
That's a feat, right?
Yep. Whenever I reduce a creature to 0 HP with 1, you can make 1 melee weapon attack.
As a bonus.
Yeah, cool.
And I'm going to attack with Knight's Hand again.
With advantage.
So 33.
22, but that will hit.
I wish it worked that way. Just kidding.
No, I was hoping. And then I also.
I mean, you you could get a +10 if you took a -5 penalty to the attack roll.
Would a -5 hit, DM?
Well, you have to decide to take it, and then I tell you
Before the roll.
whether it hits.
So that'd be a 17. Nah, I'm going to keep regular damage and just use Chromatic Confusion.
You're also supposed to declare it before the roll, so you don't be like, "I got a crit. I'm gonna do this now." You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not going to metagame that. I'm just going to go with regular damage.
All right, so roll me damage. $14 plus 1 is 15. And how do you kill this one?
This one, I kind of just thrust my sword straight through her chest, right where her heart is.
Nice, and the sword goes through and out the back, and Niall, you just see the tip of the sword kind of stop, inches from your chest as Kel then pulls it back out.
As Kel pulls it out, I'm just gonna kick it out to just because I'm angry. Are we out of combat then?
We are now out of combat.
Under the deck, all of you.
One of you official people might want to say something to the crowd.
I'll handle it. That's why I said everyone else under the deck.
I don't want to go first. I'm kind of hurting.
Yeah, I'm not going first either.
It's dark.
All right, and Alais, you get under the deck as well?
Yes, Elias gets under the deck.
All right. Let's go ahead and move yourself on the map. All right. Yeah, Niall, you go and you see this crowd that has gathered.
I do want to ready in case an enemy comes through this door. Just
all right.
Eldritch Blast if anything comes
so
through.
This
well,
crowd
if an enemy comes through.
Gathered, Niall, and there are people screaming in fear as you come down. A couple of them coil away at you. You see a couple of people, talking about, get the fist, somebody, get somebody in charge.
So, actually, hold on. So I'm just going to be on the stairwell so I can, kind of stand above the crowd a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just going to yell out, "Calm down, everyone. I am with the official City Watch. I was on a walk when I was attacked by these people from their ship. We've taken care of them, and we are prepared to take anyone into custody associated with them. Please step back. This is a crime scene."
And you'll hear a couple people yell out, "The Watch! What are the Watch doing in the lower city? The Watch never come down here!" And then, "Down with the Patriarchs!"
Can I use my persuasion?
Yeah, go ahead and give me persuasion. Was the next thing I was going to ask for.
Kel has out Knight's Bane, so he would see where he is right now. I can't see nothing.
Yeah, give me a second, Kel, and I'll set that up.
I got a nat 20 for a 23.
Yeah, and you kind of see a couple people look at each other, and a couple people grab the guy who said that, and they're like, He's part of the Watch. You don't want to angry the Patriarchs. Calm down, man.
Calm down, everyone. No one here is angering anyone. Again, I will repeat, I was attacked on my leave of absence. I'm not officially on duty. Just merely someone saw me, and I defended myself. The people surrounding me, they're not associated with anything. They simply came to my aid, which is commendable, and all of you should take example of that. Now, is anyone hurt? Does anyone need any healing?
And you see a couple people murmur to themselves, and nobody seems to speak up when they ask for healing. And you start to see the crowd dissipate a little bit. A couple people, grumble and moan, and as you're talking, but it seems like other people come by and put their hands on their shoulders and seem to calm them down as they start to walk away and go about their business. And you can hear little mumbles under their breath about, hating the watch and hating the patriarchs. And, it's typical that they would come down here and cause trouble within the lower city. But they do calm down and seem to disperse.
Niall's gonna breathe a sigh of relief and just kind of let the stress that was forming his new wrinkle on the top of his forehead. Okay. And then he's gonna return to the group.
All right.
Oh dear lord, I need to cast light real quick. I'm gonna cast light on myself.
All right.
On your shining armor.
Yeah, my shining gold armor.
Dude, are we not stealthing?
I'm not gonna stealth, and I have disadvantage on stealth. I can't do that right now.
He just continues to glow
Lesson
brighter.
of the trickster, you now no longer have disadvantage.
But my problem with that is I can't fucking see. So I'd much rather see than stealth. I'm still gonna cast light on myself.
Well, now I might as well.
Right.
Oh. You all realize I'm doing an investigation and not a murder spree, right?
Hey, I was looking for another way in.
I'm not talking about you. You seem to know your way around these things.
My apologies. I figured, create a commotion and then we could sneak in.
I don't need to calm down crowds that already hate me. Okay?
As Kel gets to this door, I want to take Knight's in and I want to thrust it through the door.
So before you do that, I'm just going to describe what you see down there. So in this deck, numerous crates align the walls. And you can definitely smell leather that permeates through this level. The smell of leather. Kel, you go to that door and you thrust Knight's End through that door. And it is able to go through the door. Roll me damage.
Was it even locked?
I ain't worried about it being locked. I'm worried about something standing on the other side of it. 12 slashing.
12 slashing.
So, is there still a door?
Okay, so you do 12 damage to it, and the door still seems to be standing, though there are definitely like cracks forming in the door. And as you kind of peer through the cracks in the wood, the splintered wood from your sword, you see a rug and what looks like a bookshelf.
All right, I'm gonna pull the sword out and
Wait. Sorry, people are opening other doors.
I'm gonna pull the sword out and I'm going to holler for everybody to come towards me, and then I'm gonna open the door.
I was gonna say, if there's going to be another exit, which we should determine if there is, it would probably be that way.
So, what you see, Niall, as you open your door, just to quickly describe, that portion of the ship seems to have been converted into a meeting room of some sort. A round table surrounded by 4 chairs sit at the far end of the room, while 2 comfy red couches stand on either side of the door. Kel, you go to open up your door over there, and it won't budge. It seems to be locked, and it also is damaged, which kind of keeps it stuck.
I'm gonna shoulder charge it.
All right, give me an athletics check.
Perhaps it is not best if we separate too much in unfamiliar territory.
16.
16. Yeah, that's enough. So you're able to shoulder check it and bust open the door. And what you see on that side, there's a large bed that stands in the northeast corner of the room over here. And it's opposite of tall bookcase over here on the western wall. In the southern part of the room, there's a desk with a journal and paper strewn about. And then there's a small lounge chair that sits in the southwest corner.
I'm gonna walk over to the desk and I'm gonna start looking at the papers.
Okay. And you do find something of note, which I will do this. You, in level 3 handouts, there is a new handout called Poseidon Correspondence. If you find a couple different letters there of note. So if you remember how to get to, the handouts section?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Rest of you, Niall, Alais, Honed, Mariana, what are you doing? Mariana, you see, Kel just literally bust the door down over there in that direction. You see that too, Honed.
Well, I did want to check one of the crates and make sure it's actual leather goods and not, weird cult stuff.
Yeah, so you open one of the crates and you find finished hides and leather stacked in this crate, and they seem to be folded very, very neatly.
Is it any good?
Yeah. The hides and leather is in great condition.
If there are any, relatively small squares that'd be, enough to make something out of, I'll grab one of those, stuff it in my bag real quick.
Yeah, there are larger hides, but you could definitely cut them up, if you wanted to real quick. They're like full hides.
Can I?
No, I'll wait.
Can I use Divine Sense real quick?
Yeah.
As he does that, Kel's gonna raise his voice as loud as he can and tell everybody to come to him now.
All right.
Lights.
As just
Come.
really quick, Niall, you use your divine sense, and you do actually pick up something with your divine sense. Here on one of these crates, this crate right here, you pick up what you sense as a fiend. Seems to be coming from a small spider that is crawling across the crate.
Can I Eldritch Blast the crate?
Yeah, give me an attack roll.
And is Bless still up? Out of curiosity.
It's only a minute, so probably not.
No.
17.
Yeah, you Eldritch Blast. Go ahead and roll me damage from your Eldritch Blast.
7 damage.
Seven damage. So you do damage, and the crate just explodes. And leather gets strewn about everywhere.
Did he get the spider though? Can I make a perception check on that?
Yeah, so you're like attacking the crate where the spider is on it, and you blasted right at the spider, and then bam, everything exploded, and then you kind of look, and you don't see the spider anywhere, but the whole crate exploded. You can go ahead and make me a perception check.
Me or Elias?
Both of you. If you're kind of looking to see if you can see the spider. Well, actually, Elias...
I mean, Elias wouldn't know.
Yeah, Elias don't, because you don't even know what you're looking for.
We're all just like, bro,
14?
what?
Yeah.
Why?
14. Yeah, no, you don't see the spider anywhere.
Either I dealt with it or it's found a corner to hide in.
Perhaps you should mention what you're shooting at before you shoot so we can verify.
Yeah, no, let you know where the enemy's at while the enemy's watching us, because that
Yeah,
makes
so it
sense.
can run away.
The way that Flame Zodge commended all of you on the way that you handled the cult activity in the Undercity, I thought that there'd be a little more finesse.
Trust me, good sir. And Elias is just going to put his elbow on his shoulder. Finesse is not what I do.
Right. I'm going to investigate this office. Feel free to join your very angry and very destructive friend while I try to salvage something from this.
Indeed. So, Elias is going to go to Kel with that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to join Kel.
All right.
So, fair Kel, what is it you found?
As they walk in, Kel's like grasping these letters, looking very intently at them. And he's going to pull out two, specifically letter number 2 and letter number 3. And he's going to show them to specifically Igvis and, correct me if I'm wrong, Honed is a member of the Fist too, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Igvis and Honed, I'm going to show them to first.
All right. Honed isn't over by you at the moment.
Oh.
But Igvis is there.
All right, I'm gonna show.
Are you going over Honed when he calls people over?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And as I hand them these letters, I'm going to say we have bigger problems than we thought.
And I updated the Poseidon correspondence and handout, so you should be able to see it, Igvis and Honed. Letters 2 and 3.
Elias
I do not see them.
asked if he can see the stack of letters. And he's not even going to ask his flamboyant Elias. He's just going to ask point blank, like, is it alright if I take a look at these? We ought to know what we're up against.
I think at that point, Igvis and Hone would have the letters.
Okay. Now do you see it?
Yes.
And you should only see letter 2 and 3, right?
Correct.
And you can see all 3. Right, Kel? Still?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool.
Elias was asking to see all 3 letters, not just 2 and 3, though.
So, Elias, you're currently over by Nile. Are you heading back too?
No, Elias headed over, same as them.
Gotcha. Okay, you can move your character in game too. So you're over by them. And then, yeah, you see Kel basically hand letters to Igvis and Honed, and they're they're reading. And you
And
don't necessarily know that Kel has a third letter unless he said something.
I'm gonna use light.
You're going to use light, you said?
So, may I take a look at what we found?
Yeah, I'd probably hand him letter 1, or at least show it to him.
Would I recognize the name that's on letter 2?
I would probably keep it like keep a hand on it, but I would show it to Elias.
Okay. So, Elias.
Not trying to make your life difficult, DM.
You should be able to see now letters 1.
Sorry to bother, but the name Remigio, would that be a name I would recognize?
No.
Okay. It's just interesting because letters 2 and 3 are written by people that we took out in the Frolicking Nymph.
So I'm going to tell Igvis and Honed that we definitely need to go to the tannery to speak to this Vahal. And
I don't have letter 1, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm gonna show letter 1 to Igvis and agree with him as he's like saying that.
And you would know that you are currently in a tannery.
Yeah, we're currently in the tannery.
That the Poison Poseidon is a tannery. And that's evidenced more by all of the leather that seems to be in this section of the ship as well.
So what else have we found? It's important to know what we're up against here.
as they're looking at the letters, I'm going to go look at the wall of books. And see if I can find anything else.
Yeah. So you look at the wall of books. Give me an investigation check.
That would be an 8.
Yeah,
And actually,
looks like a bunch of books.
I'm going to use a lucky point, and I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay.
Also, sorry, DM, but I actually still don't see letter 1. Elias said he showed it to me.
I'm going to try to get letter 2 from you while you hand me letter 1, though, because Elias does want to see all the letters.
That would be a nat 20, DM.
Yeah, and you give Elias letter 2, Manny? Like this?
Yeah, I'll show him letter 2. That's fine.
Okay, so I've updated that. As you look at the bookcase, Kel, you're looking over the books, and one does seem to stand out to you. It's called Gift of the Dark Gods. But the title seems to stand out to you of note, considering that you're working with cultists of the Dead Three. And you would know that the Dead Three are also known as the Dark Gods.
So I'm going to pull that book, and I'm going to open it.
Okay, as you pull that book off the shelf, a door in the upper northern corner of this room seems to open up. The side wall actually opens up and unveils a secret door that opens up, and you won't see it on the map right here, but seems to open up into a larger room.
I'm going
and
to...
the room has a whole bunch of crates and everything in it.
I'm going to walk into the room and I'm going to use Divine Sense.
I'm gonna try to get Honed and Igvis's attention, but I'm gonna be subtle about it, trying not to alert Mariana or what's the name?
Nile?
Yeah, or
So you walk into the room, Kel, and you use your divine sense, and it picks up nothing.
All right, I'm going to start investigating the chests.
So there are a bunch of crates, but you open up the crates, and they seem to have similar things that Mariana found. Leather and hides. Completed and finished leather and hides.
can
There
I?
also seem to be 2 doors in this room. One kind of 10 feet to your right, and then across on the other side of the room, you can see light coming from around the corner.
Kel, are you injured at all? Before we go too far deeper here.
I'm pretty injured. Yeah, I've got like 15 out of 40 left.
So Alais is going to lower his voice a little bit so that who all is in the room?
Just you, Kel, and Igvis.
So I'm sure you figured out by now I'm not a bard. I'm a cleric of Tamora. I think we should all take a moment for a prayer of healing.
Well, sorry, Honed would be in the room too.
And Honed heard that.
No. A cleric? No way.
I know it's fairly obvious by now. That being said, we don't know what we're up against, and now is a good time to recover while we have a chance.
I'm not going to say no, but we just need to let them know we're waiting until this is finished.
So, should we get Nile and Mariana? I don't quite know what to make of them yet.
1 second.
Do we want to do a, while this is happening for them since we've had a lot of time?
Yeah. That being said, we might want to grab them for the prayer of healing.
I honestly don't know if they're hurt.
Are you guys hurt?
Me and Mariana are fine, I think.
Okay, because, like, out of game, Elias probably wouldn't grab you guys if he didn't think you needed it.
I mean, we're fine. Yeah, we're both at full HP.
And because I figure getting us all another 2d8 health could make the difference. And then if we run into another intense fight. And I've only used two first level spell slots so far.
Then I'll just tell them that we're going to take 10 minutes, basically, so that we can just go through this.
Okay, so you take 10 minutes to do your prayer of healing?
Yes.
Okay. You take 10 minutes. Go ahead and roll your prayer of healing.
Assuming nothing goes wrong, the three of them regain 19 HP.
Okay, 19 hit points. Go ahead and gain that back.
At this point, I'm going to ask for all 3 letters, and I'm going to go bring them to Nile.
Well, Elias wanted to make sure he saw them first, though. Just as a note. So unless you specifically object, Elias also would have seen them?
I would not have objected.
So Kel's gonna go through the door that he can see light coming from. And how much HP did he get back?
19.
19. And how many, Cal? So light seems to be coming from underneath both doors. So there's one that's close to you and one that's all the way at the other end of the room.
I'm gonna go through the one that's close to me.
Okay. And you notice, curiously, it looks like the door is locked from your side. There's a bolt on the door.
I'm gonna shoulder charge it.
Well, it's locked from your side, so you could unlock it from your side.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you meant like a key or something.
Yeah, no, it's
I'll
like
unlock.
bolted shut, but it looks like you could like unbolt the door from your side and unlock it.
Yeah,
Fair
I'm gonna do
tell.
that.
Perhaps we should wait for the others before proceeding in. He's gonna put well, Igvis has letters. Remember while we were exploring, Fair Marza died to a woman named Flennis, and whoever she addressed the letter to, which was reasonably around here, she called the Master of Souls and described with the utmost respect. We might be finding someone even stronger. So perhaps an ounce of caution is warranted here.
So with that, Cal, hearing that, do you still want to unlock the door or go through?
I'll wait for a minute.
Okay.
Report, Igvis.
Would I have the chance to hand him the letters at this point?
Yeah, and I have also updated it so you can see Poseidon correspondence, all 3 letters, Niall.
For additional, for additional context, Niall, you'll notice that the person addressed from are Vaz and Flennis. They were the ones who were inside the frolicking nymph. Vaz was specifically trying to kill Mortlock. Do you happen to recognize the name Remigio? Flennis addressed both of her letters to him.
And you would not, Niall, recognize that name.
By the way, just so you guys are aware, the fists like that can also mean the cultists, not members of the Flaming Fist. I had that confusion before too. Correct, DM?
Correct. You believe that to be true. You know that fists are a rank within the Cult of the Dead 3. Fists of Bane. Baneites.
So I'll clarify that for them so they're not thinking it's members of the Flaming Fist. It's specifically a member of the cult.
Sorry, just reading.
Yep.
This is concerning.
I'll also specify that to you just in case you didn't know.
No, I'm aware. Anything else of note that you found back there, and what I hope wasn't too much of a destructive path?
There's another door that he located, but I'd wanted to gather everybody before we went adventuring any farther. There's also another set of stairs descending further into the ship.
If only I had my men. Alright, let's make our way there, I suppose.
Coming, Mariana. It's funny just seeing her like inch over, like, yeah.
All right. So you are all back here in this room with this secret door opened into a larger room. And there seems to be 2 doors. Both locked from your side.
Ready when you are, Kel.
I'm going to unbolt the door and open it.
Okay. So you unbolt the door and you open it. I am going to very quickly do this. You're going to lose sight on the map. It is intentional. Don't worry. I will put you back on the map. You should now regain sight on the map. Hopefully, all of you.
Yeah, I got them sight back.
Yep.
Okay, so Kel, you are next to this door down here. Down to the south.
And we're all behind him at the moment.
And that door can be opened whenever you're ready, Kel. And you notice it leads outside.
Wow.
That would have been quieter.
And you can see the crane above from what looks to be the back of the boat.
I'm going to go back through that door and go the other way.
All right, and Honed, when you get up there, I mean, you can also unbolt the door if you would like.
Sure, I'll unbolt the door and open it.
All right, go ahead and open. And it looks like you're outside.
Well, shit, we just went around in a big circle.
Cool. Deeper in the belly we go then, I suppose.
If there's a door right here, we might as well check it out.
Yeah, might as well.
So you try that door, and it is locked.
It's locked.
Move out of my way, Honed.
Have move out of your way.
Kel's going to fall to charge it.
Okay, give me an athletics check. As there are people walking around outside as well.
I'm gonna whisper to Niall. He wasn't here earlier. I didn't remember him being this destructive.
So,
You go to bust down the door, Kel, and you
my
kind
door-
of bounce off against the door.
Kel, that's quite enough. Last thing I need you to do is burn down every building until you get what you want.
You're not my boss.
Actually, I am. I'm the one who hired you. I gave you money.
You gave us
Okay.
money.
Yeah, and I can just as easily send you up to Night Watch and have you arrested and put you back in chains.
Want to dance, pretty boy?
You couldn't touch me if you tried.
Hey, should we check out the rest of the ship?
Let's go down the stairs and see what's down there.
I'm just
Keep your-
staring
You
at
guys can take your aggression out on the crates in here.
Elias is gonna walk in between them, and he's just gonna put his arms like around both of them, like and kind of like.
To be young again, I suppose.
So, my friends, we could stand here arguing between good men, or we could figure out what on earth the cultists are planning and why they have murdered a good duke and where our dear friends are.
Igvis and Honed, are you walking like back through that door?
As
Yes, sir. To the
Yeah, to the
stairwell.
stairs.
as much as we all have our different ways of doing things, it is in the best interest we work together now to save as many people as we can. I'm going to say that to specifically Niall and Kel.
Elias, is it? I have enough restraint and focus to know what I need to do. I just need to make sure that I'm not sponsoring criminals.
Indeed, we do need to be careful not to destroy the city while we're trying to save it.
So, and Niall's gonna look down at Kel. And you still have that severed head on your thing, right?
On my belt, yeah.
You're just gonna kind of look at the severed head, then look at you and be like, later, and then turn back to follow Igvis and Honed to the stairwell.
All right. And Mariana, are you doing the same?
Yeah.
Kel, Elias, what are you doing?
Come, Kel. I suspect there's still at least one unfriendly face on this boat, and we'll need your strength. Best to prove him wrong now.
Very well. And I'm just going to follow the rest of the group.
Um, trust me, Cal. I do agree with you. That man seems quite insufferable.
Did we do a thorough check of the room on the other end?
The meeting room?
Yeah.
Oh, Elias is gonna use light on his mace for now.
Yeah, I would just recast light on my armor again.
Yes.
Cal's navigating without a light. It's impressive.
All right. So you guys,
Stop moving, Cal. We were waiting at the stairwell.
so just to clarify, you're planning to go down the stairs right now, or are you planning to do anything else up here?
Did we do a thorough check of the other room?
Niall was
this
in
side.
there for quite a while.
Yeah, but I don't think we
what
actually talked through anything or...
Yeah, we didn't. So what were you doing, Niall, in that other room while you were there before?
I wanted to do like an investigation, see if I could find any papers or anything left in the meeting room.
All right. So go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Can I was there with him. Can I give an assist on an investigation?
Sure.
Alright, yeah, I'll do that.
It didn't matter. It was an 8.
Yeah, no, it looks like a meeting room. You don't see anything necessarily out of the ordinary about it.
Okay, yeah, then we can just go down the stairs.
And to be clear, we would have stopped Kel from actually walking down, but I don't think he had his light, so we just kind of kept walking.
All right.
Yeah, I kind of went straight out the door and then just ended up falling down the stairs.
So we would have stopped him from doing that. He would still be up here with me and Honed, because we're like right in front of the door.
Yep. All right, perfect. I think it's 1:30. That was a good session. I think this is a good spot to stop, though, before you head down the stairs to another level A lot went down. A lot of information was gained. Some people died. Some bad people.
I was like, only bad people, really.
Awesome. So, as you prepare to head down the stairs, and we will see what lies at the bottom of those stairs next time on Dragon Ball Z. No.
Please, no. We're not going to do 17 episodes of going down the stairs. I really can't handle that.
I mean, we do really long fight scenes, so
Okay, yeah, but we're not doing we're not doing like 5-episode fight scenes every
well,
5
that
minutes.
dungeon took a while.
I don't know what you're talking about. That fight was only like 40 seconds.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, but hold on. Most Dragon Ball fights are technically like 2 minutes long. It's just that we watch them for 2 hours.
That tracks. That's Dragon Ball.
For the tank, I kept getting smacked by those.
All right, everybody say goodbye to the stream real quick.
Bye-bye.
Bye, stream.
I was about to ask.
So,